an all-time low right now. Earnings released after hours. Obviously, the market is reacting very poorly to it. So, one of the ones I like to watch to see if it continues down with the market once the market opens. It is shortable for me. There's about 4 million shares. So, just got to wait and see what happens when the market opens. Now, the other one really interested in is AMLX. So it came out of its halt, and basically the FDA gave a no-go to them. Okay, so this is an Alzheimer's drug, ALS. No, I'm not ALS. Sorry, and this is not quite an all-time low, but almost. I mean, obviously the all-time low is right down here. Looks like it's about 1049, so we're close to an all-time low. Okay, you can hear me now? All right, guys, I think everything's okay now on YouTube room. Okay, let me keep going. ISPO, now, it's funny. I almost took this in the pre-market, but I didn't. ISPO, there's no news on this one that I can see. The only news is this, okay? On the 17th, it hit almost 100 or over 100. That's the only news. When I say that, I'm not trying to be cute or anything, but, that's all traders are looking at. So this started to get a little active. Let me just bring this, see if I can zoom out a little bit more. Well, it started getting a little active yesterday, the ISPO, and it's a continuation, 23%. But I don't see any specific news for it. Again, I think it's just because traders are looking at this that happened about a month ago, a little over a month and a half ago, I guess, thinking, man, could we even get, a quarter of the way to that? So that's the only thing I can see. LGVN, yeah, I mean, this is not shortable for me. I looked at this. I don't think it's shortable anyway. Yeah, this is not shortable for me. To me, this is a classic, okay? Phase one, little, big pump action, pre-market. To me, this is just going to fade, but I have no shorts available, so I can't do anything about it. But it's just phase one. This is an Alzheimer's drug. Isaiah, IZEA. Let's see. Thalman maintained coverage. It's an earnings play also. Okay, so it had earnings after hours. You can see the reaction. There's that mauve area. So it had a big earnings reaction after hours, and it's holding. And Thalman has put a $4.50 price target on it. Now, somebody asked earlier, what about these price targets? It's just an analyst's opinion. Okay, obviously some may have more weight than others, but doesn't mean that Isaiah is going to 450 ever. It's just an opinion. That's all it is. But we see this, traders see this and think, okay, let's see what happens. That's all. I mean, that's all it is, though. That's why I'm saying with that so-called Goldman price target, not Goldman Sachs, but the Goldman price target for that FWBI was crazy. HPQ, so here's on the reverse, okay? Here's on the reverse. HPQ has been downgraded by Morgan Stanley and who else? I think Barclays, and they've put a $29 price target on it. Now, is it going to hit 29? I don't know. I mean, we don't know. Okay, this is just an opinion. For instance, yesterday or 2 days ago or 3 days ago, Piper Sandler put a $29 price target on Beyond Meat, BYND. Okay, now that's the day it happened. So that was 4 days ago, 3 days ago, I guess. So yeah, it got down to 45. Did it get down to 29? No. And when these guys put these price targets, I mean, again, whether it happens ever, it's not that they're thinking it's going to be the day they put the price target on it anyway. But look what, I mean, is it going to hit 29 because of that downgrade? I don't know. Here's a small earnings play, LTRY. Yeah, some volume coming in. Little earnings play. I mean, I don't expect too much out of it. Just pointing it out. Now these guys actually had earnings. Let's see if they've held their gap. HYMC, of course, super active. That's last week. Let's see if it holds its gap. It's an earnings play. I really didn't think that. I mean, people are not in this for earnings, okay? But they did release earnings. This is, of course, this AMC. AMC has a stake in them. Speaking of AMC and GME is just hovering around that 200-day moving average, 164.33. I think it popped a little bit above it. Yeah, popped a little bit above it. Now just a little bit below it. So be interesting to see what happens with GME today, if it leaves it behind on the upside or the downside. Yeah, WBA. It's funny, when I first saw this, I know it's an earnings play. When I first saw this, it was actually a gap up for a bit. It's an earnings play, and the volume was really, really low. So I sort of forgot about it, and now the volume is certainly picking up, and it is an earnings play, and now it is gapping down, and that is WBA. Another little earnings play. This was, of course, a seed play. We'll call it a seed play. Arcadia, RKDA, released earnings after hours. Boom, down. See what happens once the market opens. Actually, this was at the top of my list. Yeah, it's still up there. I forgot to mention it. CLVS. When I say top of my list, I mean this is the biggest gap this morning that I see. Clovis, CLVS, and to seek a FDA approval for their drug. And this is the headline. This is another one that is not shortable for me. These little bios. Actually, it's a pretty big float too. 127 million in the float for a $2 stock. That's pretty heavy. But this is their news. But again, I'm always skeptical that these gaps can hold. But I have no shorts available, so I can't do anything. You got the TPX. Let's take a look at TPX. Yeah, so this is so they release, I guess, on the 28th, but they're foreshadowing. They're foreshadowing and they're talking about forecast sales below the estimates, et cetera, et cetera. So this is not strictly an earnings play, but it may as well be. That is TPX. TPX. When we look at it on a monthly chart, so to me, there could be some support around 25 or 26 actually. Just looking at the lows of these 2 months here, and it looks like around 26. So it could be some support there. And of course, oil is down a little bit. Your government, U.S. government, I guess, is going to open the taps a bit in their strategic reserves. Okay. So let me take a look at oil, what oil is doing. So my guess, when we look at the sectors, we're going to see the oil stocks, virtually every one of them down from yesterday's close that make up XLE. So this is oil right now. So yeah, WTI down 5.5 and Brent down 6.25. So yeah, so oil prices are moving down today on that news. All right, 9:15. Woo. Let me quickly check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. Ooh, not too many upgrades. Quite a few more downgrades. So I'll get them in. I'll get them in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. And as I say, there are a few more downgrades and there are upgrades this morning from the analysts. I get this from, from briefing.com. Briefing.com. Couple of downgrades I see for ACBA, AKBA. And Morgan Stanley downgraded Hewlett, HPQ, and Dell. Dell wasn't quite as much down. I didn't. You know what, guys? AKBA, look at this one. AKBA has been downgraded by 4 different firms that I can see. Take a look at AKBA. Oh, forget it. Why are they bothering? Got a little excited there, guys. I thought maybe this was, I had no idea what the price of this was, but I thought maybe, it was a $10, $15 stock or something, getting 4 downgrades from different brokers, but it's a 78-cent stock. We're going to keep half an eye on this one, guys. Is FRGE, not for everybody, of course. This did the absolute craziness. It basically doubled or more than doubled. This was down around $21 and it got all the way up to 44. It's still kind of holding. It is still kind of holding. So what I've done is I put an alert, a price alert at the highs of yesterday. Of course, that would be an all-time high, and see if it just takes it out. This was, of course, this was a SPAC. It turned into FRGE. And there's no specific news on it. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors before the market opens. So I'm going to go click on New from our toolbar, then click on Dock Channel Bar. And there we go. Take a look at the sectors. So my guess, of course, all the energy plays right up here will be down 100%. There we go. Okay, so what you're seeing here, again, if you're new, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So I always look at energy right now. XLE, that's the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So what that 100% means, 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. We're going to have kind of a neutral open. The SPY is down a little bit. So just looking, checking to see if there's a strong sector yet. I mean, right now, I mean, you can say communications, 80% of them are above yesterday's close. Tech, 68%. But nothing is, you know, again, you look at this 15 minutes from now and it could all change. But obviously right here, energy. So if you want to play energy, that doesn't mean they won't bounce, of course, but right now, this is the weakest sector. All right, guys, keep an eye on IGMS. IGMS, that was a wild one 2 days ago, got all the way up to $36. Oh, I thought it was more. I thought that was a bigger candle when I saw it. They did a financing. Looks like the financing was at $23. Had the big news. I think this was the one that some Sanofi, and I think $150 million upfront payment collaboration with them. All right, I'm just looking now to see if anything is sneaking. Oh, I should have mentioned this CELZ also. CELZ, a lot of volume, reports a master collaboration deal with the University of Miami to accelerate the development, etc., of their drug. Okay, so there was some news where CELZ, of course, that had the big pop. How many days ago was that? 7 days ago. And then 3 days ago, got up to 520. And it's a very low float, 5.9 million in the float. So it's a very low float. So 1.5 million shares have already traded. This is going to easily trade the float today. Look at the volume that came in right here on that news. Take a look at LAC, lithium play. Big day yesterday. Look at the volume. 17 million shares yesterday. Good old Canadian company. Where are they out of? No, they're my hometown. I always say that. Vancouver. So Path is just sitting here, guys. So the after hours low was down here around 22.35. So about a dollar away, a little over a dollar away. So this is, key focus for me on this one. All-time low. No, we don't count extended hours. Okay, only 9:30 to 4 o'clock. So that's why, right now it's looking at a lifetime low. Obviously, right there would be the lifetime low if you count after hours yesterday. But have to wait and see when the market opens. See if it really starts to move down. This will probably show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, one moment, please. All right. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. The only time I'll make an exception, usually, is something like a path, okay? So if I get that alert, at 9:30, this I'm talking about right here in the 10-day daily breakdown, there's a chance I may take it, okay? Not 100%, of course, but that's about the only time I make an exception. But typically, I just like to sit out that first 15 minutes, kind of let things settle down a little bit. If you're new to trading, it's something I would do. I would probably sit out probably the first half hour. Yeah, you're going to miss the rocket ships that just keep going right from the get-go. But in my experience, I've just been bitten too many times trying to get stocks right on the open, and they, you'll see stocks just whip up and down. Yep, I know there will be a stock that'll just keep going, but I'm perfectly fine with that. Well, GME is still hanging around that area of the 200-day moving average, 164.33, just kind of hanging around. Path just made a new low. Yeah, just breaking down a little bit now. Path just made a new low. If my screen is not sharing, just do a refresh, Dano. Okay. You guys should be able to see Path right now. Well, I'd like to short Path, but I don't mean I'm shorting it right now. I have to wait for the market to open and see what happens. Doesn't mean I'm absolutely 100% going to short Path. So Dano, yeah, if you don't see Path Just do a refresh. You guys should see CLVS on the screen right now, Clovis. So when we look at Clovis, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 266. I mean, I suppose I'm just skeptical. That's all, guys. I mean, I'm just skeptical that this will hold. But if I had shorts available, I'd be looking at that. When I say that, I don't mean right now. You have to wait for the market to open and all. But that would be my inclination. I may be completely wrong. It may just pop. Thank you, William. Yeah, guys, so the market's going to open in a second. All right. So IQ is getting hit here, guys. IQ was hit along with Baidu. Baidu added to the list of China stocks that are coming under a lot of scrutiny. All right, looking at just trying to see some of the early movers. Again, it's really early. Market is open, so the NAS is down a little, Dow's down, SPY's down. Nothing dramatic yet. All right, CELZ, guys. CELZ. Now the pre-market high was right up here at $5. Looks strong right now, but again, it's early. It's early. Low float, 5.9 million in the float. I mean, this could keep going, but you could get a giant topping tail and a big bottoming tail before it really settles down. Boy, Rite Aid from yesterday, guys. RAD, that was a great call by Shady in the room. Rite Aid continues its move down here. RAD, look at that move down yesterday. Maybe some support around 850. Whoa, okay, guys. GME exploding through that 200-day moving average. At least it did. Wow, look at NKLA, guys. NKLA had a little pop yesterday. Got all the way up to $12, sold off. Now continues down a little bit, right at the 200-day moving average, 1083. Well, they've got a hold of it again, guys. GME, they've got a hold of it. They've got a hold of it again. And Zach's favorite stock, FUTU, on the way down. Now the China stock. Well, look at KWeb now. Look at KWeb. KWeb. Ooh, look at that. Look at that big red candle. KWeb. Again, China stocks under scrutiny. Again, constantly. SEC. Now look at Robinhood. Robinhood also, after all the hoopla about expanding their trading hours 2 days ago. Well, again, they've really got a hold of it again. Look at GME, guys. That just went positive. GME just went positive. All right, well, LAC, okay, actually, LAC's having a bit of a pop. Yeah, my guess, of course, AMC probably following suit with along with GME. Yeah, looking the same, almost positive. Wow, FUTU just getting thumped here, guys. FUTU, but it's still early. What, Robinhood, FUTU, both getting thumped early on. Little pop here for AMPG coming into the 200-day moving average, AMPG. Give me a moment, please. I'm just going to do something to one of my scans. All right, guys, RAD continues down here. RAD just is, boy, I didn't see any news on this yesterday either. It was just selling right off. I mean, it's almost an all-time low. RAD is almost an all-time low. I guess there it is, right there, 839 or so. You can see it's 2% above it. And man, it's just a tremendous sell-off. Okay, so far nothing's really shaking for Clovis. CLVS, it's kind of still hanging around this area. Now, just as I mentioned it, just as I said that, volume coming in though, but it is a big float, 127 million in the float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, 29 million have traded already, 280 times normal up to this point of the day. All right, guys, path not showing up for some reason. When I say not showing up, it's not showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown, and I think I know why. It is because no, it's not. I thought it was out of the price range, but nope. Another weak one, guys. NNDM, very weak. NNDM. Okay, setting an alert down here for path around 2266 or so, 61 or so. See if it takes that out again. Had the big gap down, but a little pop up, still early. See how it can be, little stocks can be kind of whippy in the first 15. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I'm just adjusting. Give me one moment. Okay, another China stock, guys, on the way down. So the China stocks, I'm just look at KWEB. You got to keep an eye on KWEB. Virtually all the China stocks are probably moving down right now. All right, Path, are you going to? Still a little bit early, but it did took out my price alert at 2260. Need a big collapse here. It got down to right here, $22. And by the way, somebody was talking about AESE yesterday and the fact that we had earnings mid-April and that a couple other sites had earnings, I think, after hours yesterday. We checked it, and actually AESE said that they were delaying it. So we might be right. Whoa, look at VGR, guys, the Vector Group. Look at this one. Nothing really happening in the pre-market. All of a sudden, a huge pop here for VGR. And what do we see when we look left? Huge amount of room. I mean, this got hammered down. I see IMTE got halted. All right, so Clovis is starting to move a little bit, guys. CLVS is starting to move a little bit. Pre-market highs. I mean, if you want to put an alert, pre-market highs. Maybe if it takes that out, it could start to run a bit. But that's up to you, of course. The next high looking left on that weekly chart is 266, which is basically the pre-market high. So I don't know. I just with that float, to me, it looks like it's gonna take a bit to really move it up through here. So I'm not that interested in it. Oh, yeah, good for you. You're playing this one really well, blue collar, in terms of the GME. Very, very nicely done. Shorting into that 170 top, all the way back down through the 200-day again. HPQ continues down on the downgrade from Morgan Stanley. Yala on the way down. YALA. AMC after that pop up. Look at that pop up. Reacting just like GME did. Just like GME. Yeah, I mean, HYMC is definitely, it's not trading like the other two. I mean, it is an earnings play, such as they are. I didn't look to see what they actually said, but it is an earnings play, at least earnings pre-market. I mean, I'm going to be surprised if this keeps this up, HYMC. I'll be very surprised just because of what GME and AMC is doing. Again, remember, AMC has a percentage of HYMC. Meanwhile, VGR exploding still, guys. The Vector Group. And again, a ton of room. Look at the room it's got. Look at the weekly chart. I mean, I can't remember. I sort of remember this is a actually cigarette manufacturing. Then I don't remember. I don't know why they had that big drop. Thought it was a bio or some sort, but it's not. It's cigarette manufacturing. No. Let's see if there's any news for GMEs. Look at Blue Apron, almost an all-time low for Blue Apron. APRN, almost an all-time low for that one also. Boy, AMC just getting thumped here, guys. AMC, GME. I'm just waiting to see when. I just don't believe that this the HYMC is going to hold. Not with these two just really getting take it. Well, look at AMC. Look at that topping tail. This is again why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. All right, guys, I'm out of the path. Very minor gain on the path. A little disappointed it didn't really crash through 22. I'll revisit it later. It did crash a little bit through it, but I'm going to put another alert down here. Did not okay, there's the CLVS. And just took out the pre-market high. I mean, it might start to drop again. I mean, it is dropping again, but it's been a little too erratic in that first, 15 to 30 minutes for the PATH. Ooh, I forgot to keep watching AMLX. Now, did it bounce? Oh, it did bounce. Okay, a little bit of a bounce. I was actually watching this for a potential short. The FDA said no go to their drug. Okay, now is Flex shortable for me? It is shortable for me. Why am I looking at this? Because look at the monthly chart for Flex, FLEX. First of all, see if there's any news on it. Flex wins multiple manufacturing leadership awards. Okay, for fourth year in a row. Fine. Okay, good. Good for you. But coming into a ton of resistance on that monthly chart, not that far away. Yeah, I've just turned on the noise cancellation. Yes. Forgot to check that NVIDIA. I think I'm just going to buy this one. I mean, it's $60 for the year. Okay, you know what? I'm going to put it down again. Do you have a website for that? It's just go to the NVIDIA website. I mean, I know I've got I'm pretty sure that's what I've got in my system. So you Panda. Okay. Oh, just download now. All right, cool. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Ah, man, the wild and woolly world of GME. I mean, look at it now. I mean, so a bottoming tail way down here, 158, little $7 pop. Meanwhile, HPQ guys just keeps getting taken to the cleaners here on those downgrades for Morgan Stanley. HPQ. Here's another wild and woolly one, guys. IGMS. Look at, and the reason I see these is because I've got some of these thumbnailed. But look at the bottoming tail, IGMS down to 25, pops up to 27, and had the big news 2 days ago regarding a $150 million upfront payment from Sanofi. So that was legitimate news. Looks like they did a financing yesterday at 23. Market is shrugging it off. Right now, Path is on the way down again. My problem with it right now, a little too choppy for me, but if it takes out 22, I may hop back in it again on the. I wish I had shorts for this FWBI. What a bunch of nonsense that was. Whoa, look at this one, guys. ICVX. ICVX. So fairly low float. Earnings after hours yesterday. No real big reaction after hours. No big reaction in the pre-market. The big deal here, take a look left. What do we see? 789. So it's got about $1 until that high. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but big move for it now. ICVX. Hopefully I've pronounced it so you guys can hear it. Chewy from yesterday continues its march down. Chewy. So this had earnings on the 29th. A great reaction. I mean, a tremendous reaction. I mean, look at that. But then yesterday, I'm sorry, I am wrong. So they did have earnings on the 29th, but it was after hours. So that was the reaction to earnings. That was the reaction. This is sort of, I guess, maybe I don't know, traders thought that the earnings would be good. So they were bidding it up before earnings. And then look at this, boom, and continuing down, maybe coming into some support around 40. That's for CHWY. All right, CLVS is a little bit choppy, but it is moving. And that big bottoming tail down to 260. Yeah, GDYN. That is another one that I've got thumbnail. GDYN. Very active stock also trying to come back. Right, got a second alert down here, just underneath 22 for path. See if it takes it out a little bit later. All right, what is the market doing now? So the Nas is down, Dow's down. So there's no disconnect yet. Should say yet, but I mean there's no disconnect today between the value stocks and the growth stocks, so-called value stocks and the growth stocks. Honest stocks continue to be beaten up here. Look at KWeb. Wanting KWeb to break out of this area. Are they on the upside or the downside? My preference is on the downside because there's more room underneath than on top. But hey guys, so I mentioned that ICVX. If you have the AI, you know that it was in there. 630. I can talk about it now. 630, 679 now. ICVX was in our AI. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, right here. Meanwhile, yeah, look at this excuse me, NNOX, another earnings play. Yeah, an earnings play. Want to make sure this was pre-market. No reaction whatsoever to earnings in the pre-market. Zero. You can just sort of see that tan area. The market had to open before we see the reaction to earnings, and it's straight up on the fives and the 15s so far, and even the twos. Little minor pullback there. All right, guys, path getting interesting again for me anyway. Some of you may have shorted it and are still in it. I definitely traded out of it. It was just a little too choppy for me. Yeah, NNOX is just, yeah, it is persistent. Just can't chase it. I didn't see it in time. Medical imaging, okay. I just can't chase it. Looks like it may be coming into some resistance at around 12. Now, this is shortable for me. Okay, HPQ guys, underneath that hole number 36. Let's see if it holds. This could be an interesting short. I mean, it's already down a ton, but the next low looking left is 37.73 on the weekly chart. So it has room. If you look at that weekly chart to keep going down, I'm not saying it is. Wow, yeah, big candle on that, big red candle on the SPY, guys. Are a great so far, a great call from the AI on ICVX. So if you took this one from the AI, 789, 789, that's the next high looking left. Fairly low float, 20 million in the float. Had funny how absolutely zero reaction in the pre-market to earnings. None, zero. Lots of volume, a million shares, 67 times, 68 times normal right now. Liner guys continues to be sold off. KWeb. Wow, through seven now, guys. ICVX. We haven't had one from the AI like this in a while. Big percentage moves. I'm going to go over that in what time is it now? 10:04. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to go over a lot of about what Trade Ideas is all about, my homepage, etc. Yeah, be awfully careful. That you're right. It is nuts. I still have a price alert set at the high right here. I mean, there's no news on it. Again, it's just a SPAC, that turned into FRGE. You have to look to see financial services platform since the market debut. $2 billion SPAC deal, Forge Global. And there's the high yesterday. All right, guys, HPQ continues down here, continues. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, it just took out the high of yesterday, FRGE. I'm only pointing this out. If you're new to trading, don't do it. And if you're looking for news on it, forget about it. There is no news. It's just some of these SPAC plays have been on fire the last maybe 3 weeks, maybe a month. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up, okay? SPAC, there's the acronym. You can look it up what I'm talking about if you're new to trading. SPAC, that's the acronym. You'll see what it's all about. Where's Cam? There you are, Cam. I know you jokingly said to 50, or not to 50, to 100 yesterday. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just doing some trading here on my own here. HPQ, keep looking at this one to see if it holds underneath 35, sorry, under 36 and continues down. My attraction to it, of course, is because it's got the bottoming tail in that weekly chart from 2 weeks ago is way down here, 33.64. So yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, guys. If you're new to trading, I mean, it's fun if you get in it, but no fun. Spread actually is tightened up a bit. Now it's widening. All right, so HPQ now over 36. So what I want to do on this one is just to put an alert, a price alert uh, right around here, 35.86 or so for HBQ. See if it takes it out again. Really? On the hood? Wow, who's your broker? Thinkorswim. Wow. I mean, 2 million at Interactive Brokers for hood. All right, who the heck are you? BCAB just popped up here. BCAB just popped up here. Looking left on the daily chart, we see 503. The next high is 527. If it can get through that 580, so that's kind of the key right now. Getting through 527. Then there's a lot of room to that almost to the 6 mark. And it's not a crazy low float. It's 29 million in the float for BCAB. 29 million. Okay, 29 million in the float. See if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, guys. So just a word about the AI here. I mean, if you took this ICVX, all right, and you didn't take if you got in, anywhere close to that 630, you don't have to get in right at the penny. And this moved up to 723, and now it's down to 675, and you haven't taken any profit. You're not managing the trade very well. Okay. Yeah, guys, on the shorts, yeah, make sure everything is off topic unless it's very specific. I know you're going to say it's specific to hood, but ugh, wow, IMTE. I mean, I got called out on the way down. Now it's exploding again. Awfully hard to trade, guys. Okay, pointing it out because it showed up in our halts resumes. It's on an all-time high. That's because it did something stupid way back here, back in when was this? 2018. I remember this. Integrated media, Australian stock. Disappointed in the path, I have to admit. Very disappointed in the path that it was so choppy. Okay, NRGV, another shiny object, as you call it. I love that term. Yeah, almost an all-time high. Here's the all-time high over here, 1857. Well, I wish you luck, Shady. You've been pretty, but I just don't see the like the huge move here for CLVS. I may be wrong completely, but I hope you're right. I know you're in it. Oh, yeah. VCAB. I mean, okay, it just took out, I think, what did I say here? 527 takes out that 527. I mean, you're unfortunately we're chasing it here. You know, the ideal thing would be just to rest underneath 527 for a bit and then pop through it on volume because you know, when you look left, look how much room it's got, 580. And you see what happened. It just sort of got stuck right there. Well, I kind of watched to see how, wow, look at it. I mean, this is silliness. It is silliness, guys. FRGE. It is total silliness. Or to take your eye off it. I mean, it did get up. It is popped up or came. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was looking at a previous candle. If there's any news on this BCAB, I don't think I've seen this one before. San Diego. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Looks like this could have been. Looks like an IPO from back here. This is back in December of 2020. Did okay for a while. Got all the way up to wow, yeah, got all the way up to $76, and then cratered. Hey, William today. I don't know if he's still having issues with his system, but I know he follows his TMC. Not doing too badly. Stop going up. Stop going up, BCAB. Unless you guys are in it, okay. But like I don't know, like down here, I just want it to stop going up for a bit, rest a little bit, and then on some volume, take out that high of 527. My goodness, GME. Really all over the place today, guys. GME all over the look at these bottoming tails. Got knocked down, another $10 move. Look at this average true range now, up to 19. Before this move started here, the average true range was about 10. Now it's about $19. You can time it. Yeah. Is that what it is? An upgrade? Yeah, I'm more of a field trader when it comes to taking profits and things like that. Yeah, a lot of it will depend on the float too. If it's one of these really low float situations, I'm not going to trust it that it's going to keep moving higher and higher. So I'm always aware of the float, of course. And a lot of the things that we see are low float situations because I'm interested in the ones that are really moving. The big percentage moves, and typically they turn out to be low float situations. So, so I'm watching that. Of course, I'm always watching, looking left to see if it's getting close to a new high. I'm watching the market, overall market. A lot of times, these low floaters, they don't care what the market's doing. But I know that real certainly looks at the 8 EMA, I believe anyway, 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Long as it's above it, he'll keep in the trade, assuming he's profitable, of course. And if it touches it, goes below, I think that's where he might take some out. I don't know how much, maybe the whole bit. I really don't know. But that's what it is. I mean, everybody's different. And for me, whole numbers are very important. So if I see a stock getting close to a whole number, I'll probably take some out before it hits it. Because I'm always skeptical that it'll break. Guys, I'd be watching this LGVN for a 9 break. LGVN. I mean, it's only phase one. I mean, it's still hanging in there. I have to admit, it is still kind of hanging in here, but it's all phase one data. But you've got to be careful. Look at the float, 3.2 million in the float. But if it takes and it is this, oh, actually, it's not shortable. That's right. Forget it. It's not shortable for me. But for you guys, anybody with shorts available, I'd be maybe checking it under $9. Hey guys, I'm gonna turn my noise canceling off. You guys can see the difference. And I promise, Panda, this time I'll look at NVIDIA. Actually, I didn't ask if that noise canceling was working in YouTube, but I just turned it off now. All right, CMTG, what the heck are you doing? A lot of volume coming in, knocking it down for some reason. There was a dividend that was announced yesterday. Wow, look at Flex now, guys. All-time high, just about. I mean, I still think it's going to, it's going to stall right around here. I mean, look at the monthly chart. I mean, lots of activity, getting closer and closer. And I mean, come on, okay, it's nice. Okay, multiple manufacturing leadership awards for the fourth year in a row. Very nice. Congratulations. So John, in YouTube. Okay, so it did actually start, it did work in YouTube. Okay, good to know. That was the issue. It didn't seem to work in YouTube, the noise canceling, but good to know that it does work. Okay. Well, okay. I mean, listen, if you take out right here, 2018 at some point, maybe tomorrow, maybe today, I don't know. It's not a low float, $500 million in the float for Flex. It is is it China stock? Singapore, sorry. Singapore stock or Singaporean stock. Well, that's why I wait. Look at HPQ. You know, I was all set to short this just underneath 36. I was watching to see how well it held underneath 36. I was tempted right about there at the 35.80, and then all of a sudden it started moving back up to 36. I said, okay, let's hold on a bit, and now look what it's doing. Now, to me, if it hits up to that 37 mark, it may fall again. So that would be, and I'm going to stick an alert just underneath that. Say 36.83 for HPQ. Again, it was hit hard because of the downgrade from Morgan Stanley. Has it been around that long, Flex? No, we go back to 2009 here, so that's as far back as we go. All right, Kodak. Have they got a hold of that one now? KODK. Haven't seen. It's not showing up in any of my scanners. I don't think anyway. But wow, look at this. Yeah, they've got a hold of it. You're wondering who I'm talking about? Talking about it's not. I call it the Reddit crew, Wall Street Bets. You name it. Could be one of those groups. KODK. All right, so Okay, so I just want to point this out. In fact, what time is it now? 10:30. You know what? I'm going to point it out when I talk about the AI a little bit, okay? And how, I think it's way better to manage the trades as opposed to, well, I know people want to auto trade it. Not going to happen. I mean, you can try, but you know what? If you want to auto trade the AI, you can always auto trade it using our simulator, and you'll just see how it works, okay? It's that simple. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you are new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic BCAB. All right, so I just put in my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we still have this promo on. I believe it's probably going to end tonight, but it may extend to tomorrow. But to be sure, there's a promo, and it's 25% off. All right. Spring break 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on get trade ideas and you'll see how much it costs. So there's the premium service. Take 25% off that 2,000, brings it down to 1,500. This brings it down to 650 for the standard. Okay. And that's on an annual basis. Of course, you pay up front. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll go over. Now, here's my recommendation. Do not take, if you don't know this program, do not take out an annual subscription. You can always try us out. You'll get that 25% discount off the first month only, okay? But if you take out a subscription right now and you feel that within 30 days that you'd like to upgrade to an annual, great. We will honor the 25%. So there's no mad rush to take on an annual subscription, okay? The reason I always say that is you've got to look at the terms and conditions of taking out an annual. A lot of people might take, they don't really know. They take on an annual. 3 weeks later, 3 months later, they go, maybe it's not for me. There's no refund. Okay, so take out a monthly to start. And you really have to know if you want our program. I know it sounds like I'm anti-selling, but I mean, you've really got to know. And again, that promo, the spring break promo, tonight at 11:59 p.m., it could disappear. It may be still alive tomorrow, but no guarantees. Okay. Now, if you are brand new to Trade Ideas, and I've been really stressing this one, we just created this last week called Let's Get Started. All right. Click on that. It'll take you about 30 minutes. And it starts off with episode 1 of 10, download and installation. So it's going to take you about 30 minutes to do this. Please do it. It's a software program. There's a learning curve. So on my homepage, we have 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education is here. Okay, all the education is right here. Here's our user guide. So if you've taken the lessons, now you want to dive into it a lot more. The user guide, it's a great user guide. It is segmented, so you want to learn more about alert windows or topless windows. You want to learn more about our stock racing, etc. You can see all the segments are here. I had questions yesterday about auto trading. You want to learn about auto trading? It's right here. Okay, the simulator, etc. Back testing. The table of contents, you click on that. Here's the table of contents, and everything is searchable. So it's a great user guide. Daily support session. So in YouTube, I do moderate a YouTube room at the same time as the main room. I take a break at noon Eastern from till about 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Jamie. So before I do leave for my break, I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room, so you can head over there between 12 and 1 if you do want to listen to Jamie. And of course, as always, between 3:30 and 4:30, once I shut down the main room, Chris Varley is in our YouTube room. Now today is Thursday, so we're trying something a little bit different. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm going to give you a link. He's doing actually more like a GoToMeeting, or is it Zoom? I can't remember. I'll have a link for you, and it's really for people who are just starting out with trade ideas. Okay, but I'll put the link in before I do close the room at 3:30. Daily webinars. So we're done with the ones this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. This week it was Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. So if you're brand new to trading, you want to get a great little course. It's all free. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so I really encourage you to take a look at this. And last, on my homepage, I am sharing a lot of scans. So if you click here, you'll see all of the scans that I'm sharing. So a lot of information, of course, let's get started. And on these two sections, a lot of information. My advice, if you save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm just going to resize my window. Yeah, and you know, the monthly service is fine. You want to go month to month forever, that's fine. You don't have to go to an annual. All right, so I showed you that I am sharing a lot of scans, okay? We also have a lot of scans here. If you click on new from our toolbar, click on new and then dock channel bar. These are themed based channels, okay? So for instance, I'll look at the momentum channel as an example. So what I'm trying to show you here is that you can go to the different channels. You can take a look at some of the scans that we have created. And if you thought you'd like to have one of the scans as part of your layout, then you basically just save it to the cloud. You know, let's say you wanted this alert window called momentum and you'd like to have it. Well, first you save it to the cloud, all right? And then you can go to another channel. Yeah, the short squeeze channel. You see something you like here? All right, save it to the cloud. So all I'm really trying to show you here is that you can go to the different channels. You can select scans that we've created, save them to the cloud. And then once you've done that, then you can load them from the cloud and they'll appear on your screen, of course. And that is a way in which you can create your own layout without actually having to build anything from scratch. Now, of course, you can adjust anything. Like my scans, for instance, this basic new highs and lows, you know, you might want this one. And all you have to do to see what it's looking for is you left click, configure, summary. And it'll tell you what it's looking for. Now, you may not like that price range, though. You may want a different price range. Of course, you can adjust it. You know, you just click on the icon and you'll see it's right here. So if you wanted, you know, between 10 and 100, you would just make the change and then save it. Okay, you might, as you get used to using trade ideas, you might want to add a filter or take out a filter that I've got, or you might like it just as it is. It's up to you. Now, of course, you can build your own scans if you want. So first of all, what trade ideas? We are a scanner. I mean, obviously that's what I shouldn't say obviously, but a lot of people don't know. Are you a broker? No, we're not a broker. We are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. And if you want to build your own scans, What the company did when it first started back in 2003, they decided that most people do not want to learn a programming language. So instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, they did this. I right click on an alert window, click on configure, and now I'll click on search. These are all, when you see these icons, these are all of the alerts that we have. And these are the filters that we have. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we have. Okay. You don't have to learn them all. Why we have so many is that, lots of thousands of subscribers, lots of different trading styles. So we tried our best to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. And so what happens here, if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. This is the reverse of it. Stocks are making new lows for the day with filters in place. Okay. All right, path is making its way down again, getting maybe a little bit interested again. I have my alert set down here, the low, see if it takes that out, and I might hop right back in it. Again, you'll understand that I'm not ever telling anybody what to do. You have to make up your own mind on what you're going to do. Not just myself, but, there are lots of ideas that are thrown around in the trading room. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. Now the AI. So if you have our premium service, this is what I do. Make it simple. If you click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, okay? This is what you'll see. And then what I would do is I would click on any profit in the filter section, any profitable trades. Just follow the ones that are working for the day. They could work all day long. Just follow those ones. I don't even know if there were any other ones that were, there's one other one. Who cares? Okay, got stopped out. For those of you who want to auto trade the AI, bad news. I mean, I don't agree with it. The company, the company line is that, you can get the alerts, but manage the exits on your own. Case in point, look at ICVX. So right here, the entry was 630. Look where the AI got out, 659. Okay, you might say on the surface, not bad. 29 cent gain, not terrible. But look what ICVX did. I mean, this got all the way up, almost straight, all the way up to 723. Now, I'm not saying that you're going to be able to get in right at the penny that the AI has the alert and get out right at the high, but you've got to be able to manage the trade a lot better than that, than allowing it to go down, all the way down to 650 before you get out. Okay? And that's why we're saying, it does take some chart experience, some trading experience to really maximize, the gains that you're going to get from the AI. Again, I know a lot of people just want to turn on the AI and let it trade for you. You know what? Try it. You can try it in your simulator and just see how it works. Yes, there's my doggy. I've taken the noise canceling off because I want to show them. We have our marketing meeting at 2:00, and I just want to show them how it works. or how well it works. See, right now I'm on a free trial. I get 90 minutes a day. So I've got 54 minutes left. So I'm going to load it again later on. I'm going to do one, either check out this NVIDIA program or take that other one. I mean, there's no question I'm going to do it. Now, just talk about this blue window that you see here. It's called Brokerage Plus. Oh, it'll happen again, Pete. It'll happen again. I'm just saving my minutes. Wow, look at CPSH, guys, on the way up, and then wow, through the 200-day moving average. See if there's any news on that. I don't see any specific news. All right, so I just put a link in called Brokerage Plus. Okay, Brokerage Plus. If you click on that link, you will see we have two videos. There's a short video that if you happen to have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. You need our app. If you're using the web-based version, this is not available. You notice at the toolbar, there are two options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says live and the other says simulation, paper trading, okay? So obviously, if you do have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account and you watch that first video, it's going to show you how you can connect and then you can trade if you do want to do that. And the second video, a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Now, Jamie, who's going to be in our YouTube room at noon, he uses this a lot, okay? And he has an E-Trade account and he uses it. So if you're interested in a lot more detail about how to use this Brokerage Plus window, in about an hour and 10 minutes or so, Jamie will be in our YouTube room. And of course, I'll give you the link. Now, please listen carefully, though. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. You don't have to switch. If you have another brokerage account, you're happy with it. You don't have to switch. It's a feature. It's an option. It's nice to have, I suppose, but certainly not mandatory. So I just want to make sure people understand that. Meanwhile, SDIG is on the move here. SDIG on the move. On the move down. Whoa, on the move down. All-time low now too, guys. SDIG all-time low. Shoot, I missed this one. This is oh, it did show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I was too busy yakking. There it is, 584. 584. Primo, all-time low. Should be in this one. Oh well. Well, I can't chase it now. But all-time low, nothing holding it up now. I already had a big down day yesterday and just a massive continuation today. Yeah, there were a lot of shorts available too. Oh, well. I'm saying, guys, this is one of my favorite scans right there, the 10-day daily breakdown. RAD didn't do it, I don't think anyway. 869. Yeah, I mean, later on it could. I'm going to stick an alert down here. I mean, again, this is, the program is called Trade Ideas. It doesn't mean that, the minute you get an alert, you just pile into the trade. Now, the other main reason for using this Brokerage Plus window is as a paper trader, simulation trading, okay? Say it every day, but I'm going to keep saying it. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first. Trading is not easy, okay? You've got to practice, and we've got a great simulator. It uses our real-time data, all right? So you don't even need a broker. If you're so unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, you just need our standard service, and then you can practice trading. You notice it says sim right here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to show you what you see to start. Okay, so you'll see not connected. So you click on sim, and then it's going to show select account, simulated trading. Okay, now I'm in simulation mode. Now you can practice trading. Let's say I wanted to take this beat, and I'm going to show a little bit of money management. I don't do this every day, but I think it's always a good idea to go over this if you're new to trading. Let's take 500 shares of BCAB. I'm going to buy it at the market. It's only a 2-cent spread, so it's not a big deal. Okay, so it took the trade at 533. I'm going to put a stop. 513, and I'm going to explain why. And you're going to see a big red bar. And the only thing is, why did it should say minus 100? Interesting. I have to let them know. It should say minus 100 here. Let me I want to see something here. Okay. $5.13. I have to point that out to them. If it doesn't show up, the line will show up, but it should say minus 100. Interesting. Okay. I have to point that out to them. I'm on a development version. Okay. A new one from last night. So I'll have to point that out to them. Okay. But normally what you'd see is approximately minus 100 also. So when you get into trading, the way I trade, and I don't teach trading so much, but money management, if you will, and maybe some what I call some basic rules. I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. Okay, I have a checklist. Unless I can check every single box, I do not take the trade. Now, what your checklist is going to be, I can't tell you. You're going to have to practice. You're going to have to get comfortable with, your plan of taking trades. A lot of you might like to take trades on pullbacks. I'm more of a momentum trader. There's no right or wrong. You just have to get comfortable in how you want to trade. Most of the things that I need to see in a stock are already covered in my scans. So for instance, I'm never going to see something that's outside of the price range that I'm comfortable with. Excuse me. It's always going to have at least the minimum volume that I need. It's going to have the minimum relative volume that I need, things like that. So, a lot of those boxes are already checked for me when I get an alert. Now, my next step, of course, is, clicking on the alert and saying, what's the pattern like? How much room does it have when I look left, before it's going to hit the next high if I'm going long? What is the market doing? So there's some things that I'm sort of very quickly kind of analyzing, do I want to take the trade or not? So let's just say everything is checked. So and again, I'm demonstrating this in the simulator. So I took the trade. My entry was 533. Why did I put the stop at 513? It happens to be, it's 20 cents away. So the next aspect is, okay, if you agree with me that you should have some kind of a checklist, and also you agree that there should be some kind of a stop, because guess what? Even though you can check every box, and and everything looks fantastic, it had earnings, great positive reaction, multiple upgrades, everything is checked, and guess what? The trade still doesn't work, and it starts drifting down, down, down. Well, how I trade, I always have a stop. Okay, I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working, even if it's, I'm just not going to let my ego get in the way. I'm going to say, you know what, even though everything looked fantastic, it's just not working for whatever reason. So that's what the stop is all about. The other aspect is this, is that if you have, depending on your account size, I mean, I would hope, makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in other words, when you get into a trade, again, if it doesn't work, you have to have, you have your stop, but that's also going to determine how much you're willing to actually risk on the trade, how much you're willing to risk on the trade in terms of a dollar amount. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. And when I trade, I don't vary how much I'm risking. Not like I risk $100 one trade, $1,000 the next, $50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So what should have happened, you should have seen minus 100, approximately minus 100 here, okay? And because, for purposes of, of showing how the simulator works, I put a 20-cent stop away, it's 533, my stop is 513. If I'm risking $100 a trade, I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. So again, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. Interesting. HPQ just took out that high here. So I don't take the same number of shares every trade. My share size is determined by the difference between my entry and my stop. Okay. So that's why, and you can practice all this in the simulator. Now, if you're starting out, how I place my stops, typically what I do, and again, I'm just using this as an example, the BCAB. And that's not a bad stop. I mean, it's at the low of these two 15-minute candles approximately, okay? That's not a bad looking stop. I'm pretty visual. What I like to do is size up on a chart where I think there's some support based on the action at a certain price. And if it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. If you're starting out though, maybe one of the easiest things you could do is, assuming you've checked every box and you're into the trade, maybe put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay, that's a very, obviously that is defined. There's no sort of guesswork, well, is that support or isn't it? You want to start out by maybe putting a stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Practice it. I can't emphasize it enough. Practice it. See how that works for you. Okay. Now, the other thing is, okay, trade's not working and you can't believe it. You finally start trading. I mean, it's easy in a simulator to obey your stop, to get out of trades, take a loss, right? Very simple. Huge difference when you start trading. Because now what happens is you get all excited, you take that first trade, you think you checked every box, it's working well at the beginning, and then all of a sudden it starts working against you and it starts drifting down towards your stop. And now you start second guessing. Well, I know it is the low of the previous 5-minute candle, but maybe that was too tight. I don't want to obey it because I'm convinced that it's going to go back up. So you don't obey your stop. So that $100 manageable loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell and you kick yourself. Why did I not obey my stop? Okay, so that's number one. Number two, almost as bad, is not obeying your stop. You're down $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and because you didn't obey your stop, and now you're patting yourself on the back, saying, "Yeah, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop because look how well it's working." Of course, that can happen. Of course, it can happen. But if you want to last in this business, in my opinion anyway, not obeying your stop, not having solid management, money management technique, control, it's just not the way to go, in my opinion. You could get lucky, absolutely. So the other thing is, I mean, commissions are so cheap. I mean, even if you're using IB and you have to pay the horrendous half a cent a share, E-Trade, I know is commission free, but you do get what you're paid for. You know, you can always, if you get stopped out, you can always get back into the trade if it sets up again. You know, maybe you were just a little bit early. Okay, path is getting interesting again, guys. Now it just took out that low. I tell you to take the trade, but it is definitely interesting again. Yeah, Neil, exactly. Practice losing a little. There's nothing wrong. Listen, every trade is not going to work. Every trade I take doesn't work. Believe me. Okay, so practice in the simulator. Now, if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about. You've got to be able to make money in the simulator before you start trading. Because if you can't make money when there's no emotion involved, you'll never ever be able to do it with real money. Now, unfortunately, though, just because you can make money in the simulator doesn't mean it's going to work out when you start trading. Because again, discipline, and sometimes, even though you may all be nodding at and saying, yeah, okay, I get what the guy is saying. Don't worry, when I get trading, I'll always obey my stop. It won't happen. Sometimes it's just not going to happen sometimes. Because we get stubborn. That's how we are. We cannot believe it's not working. I took it early, Craig. Okay, and I made a little bit on it. Did not show up in my 10-day daily breakdown for some reason. I think it was because it wasn't 40 cents below the open or something like that. But I have found it. I mean, it's getting interesting again. But I'm just finding just a little bit erratic. The ones we love. I mean, they don't have to go like giant red candles down, but just steadily down. This is just, it's just kind of a little bit jumpy. It did not show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The minimum volume that I use depends on the at the time. But here, I think it's 400,000 shares. I can't remember. It really depends on the scan. Yeah, 400,000 shares is here. Okay, I may have one though at 100,000. Okay, because typically, if I put 100,000, it means these are fast-moving stocks at the start of the day. I mean, I will never trade anything, later on in the day that is only traded like 50,000 shares, unless something extraordinary is happening. We see that later on in the day, something that has just been snoozing all day. All of a sudden, you get an explosion of volume. Then you can start watching it. So that's why some scans I have may only have 100,000, but that's mainly for later on. Just in case, you get something that has just been sleeping all day and then explodes. But that's just me. There are some of you out there that will say, hey, I won't trade anything under $1 million. That's fine. You may miss then the ones that are, ramping up at the beginning of the day. But, that's fine. If that's your plan, fine. There's no right or wrong. Oh, relative volume. It depends on the scan. This one, because I don't want a lot of alerts. The question was, what's my minimum relative volume? This is 8. That's why I don't get too many alerts. But I have others that are 3. It depends on the scan. But obviously, the trick really is to not overwhelm yourself with tons of alerts all day long. So make the filters tough enough so you're not getting overwhelmed. So, some people say, well, how come this one didn't show up in the basic new highs? This one, meaning something that's not here. And they say, because look at it, it's really soaring higher. And I'll say to them, yeah, I can reduce. It's because maybe the relative volume is not high enough yet. And I could reduce that, underneath 8. I could put it 6, 5, 4. I can see any stock moving if I reduce my filter values enough. The problem is that for that one that keeps moving higher, I may get another 10, get inundated with alerts that aren't doing anything, afterwards. So whew. You see, path is just, it's just too erratic. I'm sorry. I mean, it may, it may do it, but it's just not, it's not steady enough for me. Like, look at this SDIG. From that alert, it went straight down. Now, it got down to 541 and it just popped up. But, compare that to path, which just did not do this. So I'm just going to forget about it. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm now back. Okay, guys, RVSN just launched. RVSN just launched. It's an IPO. Okay. What's going on here? Ooh, boy. Got a little bug going on here. And this is the development version. So our VSN and IPO just launched. And I've got to point this bug out also. Okay, guys. Again, I had to pass that information on to our development guys. That's why I'm in a development version. You know, we see things that happen. Okay. I'm always a guinea pig for these things, you know, because I'm probably obviously the most power user of trade ideas because what I do all day long. And so that's why I'm always, you know, testing the development versions. Okay, I'm lit with price alerts, another layout with price alerts window. No, price alerts window, there's only one, okay? There's only one price alerts window. I wish there were more. I wish you could name them, but no, there is only one price alert window. Okay. What was the Zach? Was it 1 million that they were looking at? 1 million barrels a day? Okay. Oh, All right, guys. So you know what? Keep an eye on this BCAB. Okay, is not sort of whoops BCAB BCAB BC. Uh, wow. So there's a bug. You can see the bug. All right, guys. Not a big deal. I just have to reload. But the problem is that now I've lost everything from. I've lost all my original alerts. That's the issue. Give me a moment here, guys. I mean, it just has to load. Again, I just anybody who's watching this who is new, okay? I'm on a development version, and that's and this is what they have to know. So what I do is I send my file in, and they can analyze what the heck is going on. And this should not be happening. Also, I mean, I should have some chart. I hit the reset. All right, I'm going to do this again. I'm going to try to type a symbol in here and see if I get booted again. No, not this time. Yeah, well, and Jada, one of the things. This is what we're really, we introduced the sort of the real time data now, chart data. Okay, so that maybe it's not the right terminology, but it's real time, no 8-second refresh, and this could be the issue. We have to check this. That's why we're not That's why we haven't released it to everybody yet. OEG, okay, OEG. Man, yeah, OEG. It is a little earnings move. Why it hit 255 after hours yesterday. They released earnings after hours, but slid. Actually, probably almost went negative, right back to its close. Now you're right, starting to move a little bit. Not a crazy low float, 49 million in the float. Yeah, so much for that insider buy by the guy, Kodak, Kodk. So much for that. Look at this. I mean, really, I mean, got what did it get it up to 752, right back down to 668, actually gone negative now. So this is what happened. I typed in BCAB. See if that happens again. Okay. Ah, see now look, you see how the stop is here? See the anyway, that's what I was trying to show you before. It should say approximately minus 100. So that tells you if it goes down to 513 and takes you out of the trade, you'll lose approximately $100. Okay, that's your risk. Now, the other thing, the way I trade, that's if I were in this trade right now, 513 is this minus 100, approximately minus 100, or down to 513. That's the most I want to lose on the trade. The most. Can always choose if I don't like the way it's trading. Say it started to drift down, down, down. Maybe the market is moving down. I can always get out earlier than that absolute get out of town price that I got. That's my discretion. That's how I trade. But that is the worst I want to do on the trade. THCA. This sounds like a SPAC. It is a SPAC. Okay, it is a SPAC. THCA. Wow, look at that. Yeah. So this is a SPAC. So you got to be careful. Have they actually? Yeah, I think there's there's just stuff going on. Just give me a moment here. Who are they looking to buy? Here we go. Microvast. Okay, that was back in July of last year. So it hasn't happened yet. That's how long these things can take. And it may never happen. I mean, look, they approved the business combination with Microvast last July. Now we're in March of 2022. It hasn't happened yet. Now maybe it's getting closer. Maybe that's why, maybe that's why the pop here. All right. So Con had earnings on the 29th. Here's the reaction. And this is the, I'm sorry. Well, that was the reaction. This was yesterday. This is the 30th. And now today, of course, is the 31st. So earnings reaction, not good. And that is for CONN. All right. You know, yeah, the SGLY, is it fading? Yeah. So it had that big pop pre-market. This has been on a mission, guys. I mean, this has just had a great couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks from 584 all the way up to what got to 14, maybe a little pause. I mean, I don't know again if this was an IPO or a symbol name change, but it's been very good since 2 months ago when it launched as SGLY. Okay, your VTNR. I see why you're watching. So this is VTNR moving again, and it's showing up. Wow, I mean that's a great breakout of consolidation on that 5-minute chart, and it is still moving. It's not a low float. 45 million in the float. See if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see. I mean, petroleum refineries, so maybe they're getting a bit of a pop because it's not going to be a million barrels. It's only going to be half a million or something, but I know you're looking at this as a potential short, Zach. This is coming in your topping play, VTRN. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? The market is, so NAS is still down a bit, Dow's down, SPY's down a bit. Well, this is surprising me a little bit. The LGVN, I mean, I thought it might start to move down here. It obviously did not, and it is challenging 10 now. LGVN, man, it's phase one data. I mean, okay. And it's, well, not just challenging 10, it's over 10, or was. So if you look left, what do we see? Back back on the 12th of January, that's the next high looking left, 1011. If you can take that out somehow, then 1040. But that is the real, I mean, it takes out this area right here, then look left, 1134. So be interesting to see what happens tomorrow with this one. Maybe today, because it's the float, guys. It's all about the float. 3.2 million in the float. Meanwhile, just exploded. Just as I was talking about it, LGVN just exploded. Yeah, well, as well as 10. Well, let's take a look at the cruiser CCL. Well, so far, no move on that news. So far, I mean, a little bit of a move down, but I don't see that. All I see yesterday is the CDC removed the travel warning for cruise ships. I'm sure I know you're not making it up, but I don't see that news hitting yet. IB. So it wasn't today supposed to be the official everything all everything's supposed to be working well for DWAC? Didn't they say at the end of March? I still don't think they have an Android. I think it's just for right now. If you're using your phone, I think you can only or a mobile device. It's only available with Apple devices, not Android. Or is there an update now saying, you know what, maybe not March 31st, maybe the end of next month? I mean, well, the big area for this to keep an eye on, obviously, is right down here, around $60 or so. Takes that out. I mean, they can't generate any enthusiasm. Today was, I thought anyway, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought today fully operational is what it said, March 31st. SunPower, isn't it? That's SUNW? Not SunWorks. What's SunPower? Oh, SPWR. Okay. Well, yeah, there you go. So there's the news from Zach, and big pop, a little bit of a pullback. Lots of volume just came in. All right, guys, keep an eye on the ICVX, okay? It's had the pullback and all. I mean, if this takes out 7 later on, Hey, it could continue to have a run. 789 was the next high looking left, or is the next high looking left, not counting today's high, of course. So I mean, and man, if this has a multi-day run after its earnings, which it had after hours yesterday, no reaction whatsoever, no reaction this morning, pre-market. Market had to open before we saw the reaction. But you can kind of see that, look, I mean, then so LGVN, again, it's been depends how many shares you take, where you're putting your stop, because I mean that dropped down to what, almost down to 10. Ugly, ugly cam, RVSN. We need one, and you know what? It's an Israeli. So sometimes these foreign ones can really motor. So I'll stick an alert at the high here and see if later on it takes it out. That's for this new IPO today, RVSN. Very few shares released, but it's below the IPO price. So right now there's no enthusiasm for it. Yeah, don't revenge trade. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just find this LGVN right now just way too whippy. Just can't short it. No shorts available, Interactive Brokers. Well, this month for IMTE is looking a lot like this month. This is back in 2018. Hey guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And again, why can this happen? 6.5 million in the float, IMTE. That's why we get these insane moves. I still don't see any specific news on it. Let me just break this out, see if there was anything. Yeah, I don't see any news on it whatsoever. There's a bunch of traders getting a hold of it, deciding you're the one today. GDYN. Well, okay, so this is now at the high of the day. Of course, it took out yesterday's high, which was 14.19. The high the day before that was 16.37. So yeah, I think this was a SPAC back here. In fact, I'm pretty sure this was a SPAC. Turned into this GDYN. Had a big surge way up to $43. Came all the way back down to 9. All right, guys, it is now about quarter to 12, 11:43 to be exact. So I just want to confirm, I'm pretty sure it is Jamie in our YouTube room. Again, if you have a lot of questions about using B Plus, Brokerage Plus, if you have an E-Trade account, doesn't really matter if you don't have an E-Trade account, but he uses E-Trade. He uses Brokerage Plus to trade. So if you have a lot of questions about that, store them up. 15 minutes from now, it should be Jamie in our room, in our YouTube room. Yeah, another one that did not hold its gains. IZEA, big pop after hours on earnings. Market opens. Actually was holding its gains. Market moves down. That's it. Well, I guess you just, you're going to take this one, this LGVN. It's sort of a faith-based trade, okay? Because it's very whippy. I don't know where you're putting your stops. It depends how many shares you take, how much you're risking, because it is still pretty whippy. But obviously the trend is up. And again, the next high looking left, well, it's right at it, 1040. Takes that out. The next high is, well, is 10, actually 1134. So that's a big area right now to try to take out that 1040, because the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1134. So if it really can explode through this 1040, then look out. But it's whippy. And there it goes. I mean, there it goes, guys. And I mean, there it really went. Crazy. It's phase one, you know. But look at the float, 3.2 million in the float. That's why something like this can happen. It's all about the float. All about the float. 3.2 million in the float. That's very, very low. That's the number of available shares for trading. When you get, I mean, look at how many shares are traded. 54 million versus 3 million in the float. You know, do some quick math. It's not quite 18 times the float, but very close. Yeah, Anthony, if you click on a stock that makes a new high for the day, okay, you should, a lot of times you're going to get that red line that's going to show you where the next high is. Okay, I can't guarantee it's going to happen every time, but that is the theory behind it. So if a stock makes a new high for the day and you click on it, sometimes you'll get that red line that's drawn across that shows you the next high for the day. And it should do that also for the low. It should do it for the low. If a stock makes a real-time low, I believe that line is drawn across also. All right. Well, let's see if LGVN has another kick through 11. That might get me interested, because I mean it's got this room to 11.34, and then if it somehow takes that out, because the traders have got a hold of this right now, somehow takes that out, man, look at this high way over here, almost 15. So can't share my layout. I don't have a layout to share, but Robert, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Okay, so you can kind of pick and choose what you'd like. Most of what you see here is shared. I'm just going to put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll see this. And one of the sections, my scans. Okay, click here. You can kind of pick and choose. You know, I don't have all these scans up and running. Okay, I've created a lot of different types of scans, different types of trading styles. So you can kind of pick and choose. These ones are right here. If you want my watch list up and down, you've got to go to my channel in the channel bar. It's called Barry's, well, I don't even know what it's called anymore. But just go to the scan section. All the scans I'm sharing is there. My single stock window I'm sharing also. Yeah, no, my channel is not meant to have all the scans. It tries to just, kind of a brief look. We tried to make these channels. Most of the channels you'll see only have a few scans in them. So my watch list, yeah, it's only going to have these three, these guys right here. It's not going to have all of this and all the other scans that I'm sharing. I mean, I have other scans on my other monitors. You can't see them. There's no way I'm going to present them all because it's just be overwhelming for people. So, but I do have other scans on my other monitors. Another thing to do is go through the tool, click on new and go, to our channel bar, the dock channel bar, and take a look at all the different channels we have. And, as I demonstrate, around 10:30, how you can take it, what I have is not necessarily what you want, right? And I'm not just talking to you, Robert, but other people. So you can go through the different channels and start saying, that looks interesting. There's a momentum channel or a scan. Here's a low float winner. Kaboom! LGVN. No, Anthony, it's nothing you can turn on. No. It's because it's looking. When it sees a new high for the day, then that's when it looks to see. So no, you can't have it turned on. There's nothing there's no switch. The question was, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, that red line that appears sometimes when you click on an alert and the stock has made a new high. You get a red line and it'll show you where the next high on the daily chart is. It's not a switch where you can turn on and off. And there's no, as far as I know, there's no red line if the stock makes a new low for the day. Well, guys, I'm telling you, I mean, this is getting super interesting. I mean, there's a next high looking left, 14.179 now for LGVN. I have to admit, I was skeptical. We see this a lot, phase one studies, a lot of enthusiasm in the pre-market. And then usually, now what kept me kind of interested in this is because it didn't have a collapse. I mean, there's the pre-market action. It didn't have that big collapse that you see. Now it was not easy to trade because of these topping tails and all that, but the key was taking out 10. You can't chase it. Don't chase it. But it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Or, I mean, I guess maybe for the balance of the day. But the thing is that, I mean, there's your attraction right here, 14.79. It's phase one, though. My goodness. This is the news, okay? Phase one trial testing. Hey, listen, cheering them on. Anybody who can come up with something for Alzheimer's, of course. All right, so I'm just going to. Yeah, so Lonesome Dove, yeah, real simple fix on that. The question was, you must have an alert scanner. You're getting, say, LGVN over and over and over again. All you have to do is go to that alert scanner, wherever that scanner, whatever scanner that is, right click, go to properties, and then where it says don't repeat, go to the don't repeat, and then check it. And now you've got some options. You don't want it to repeat. You don't want it to repeat over and over, but here are your options for the time. So you delay 1 minute, 5. I put it on a day because what I want to see is I want to see the first time it alerted. Then I can go back. I can see the time. I can see the price and see what it did from there. Okay, Lonesome. So again, if I went too quickly, just right click on the alert window, go to properties, go to the don't repeat option, check it, and then select the time frame you want. Okay. All right, Jamie. Okay, so it should. So all I have to do is put myself on. Okay, all I have to do is put myself on mute. Just give me a moment, Jamie. Okay, Jamie. So I'm putting myself on mute within SY. Okay. So take it away.
Test 1, 2. One moment, please.
I just want to tell. I can hear you, so I'm going to put myself on mute again.
Okay, I think we're good. One moment, please. Okay. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Can anybody hear me? If someone could use the chat panel just to let me know you can see and hear okay, that would be much appreciated. All right, Lonesome Dove, Bill, thank you. Well, that went relatively smooth. All right. Welcome everybody to my desktop. This is the hour for the live support session. Those of you who come here regularly, you know what to do. If you're new, any ATI questions that you have, just use the chat panel, get them out there. I'll do my best to give you a good answer. But I heard Barry talking about LGVN today. And of course, when you have a stock moving like this with such a tiny float, and of course, I also heard Barry saying there were no shares available for shorting over at IB. And of course, at E-Trade, there were no shares for shorting as well. So that only adds fuel to the fire when you have big volume like this and a micro float, 3 million, a little over 3 million, and can't really locate any to short. Well, that makes for good upside action. No, Barry was stalking it right around here, and then it did take that little leg up there. So good action on LGVN. But I also heard Barry talking about, well, don't want to chase it today. See what it does tomorrow. And that is a very good thing to do because LGVN basing around here on the daily, of course, traded up in the pre-market, so we had a nice little gap. But guess what? You think that stock's not going to be active tomorrow? More than likely, it's going to be moving again tomorrow. Now, is it going to be upside or downside? Don't know, but there will be opportunity. Do you have any suggestions on how to scan for unusual call option activity on stocks that haven't moved much? Yeah, because you can use our options filters and you don't necessarily have to say, hey, the stock needs to be moving. So we can do a little experiment here. Hello, Iris. Let me just retrieve a window. Real quick here. All right. Okay. So here's just a regular old top list. Now you can see I've got all of the options filters just installed as columns. This is kind of my favorite one right here. Options volume today by percentage. And of course, 100 in this column would mean normal options volume. So ATC doing, 120 times normal options volume. Now, if we start scrolling through these symbols, you're probably going to notice that, with options volume of this nature, the stocks are going to have a little bit of movement to them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that all of them will. Now, if you wanted to find stocks with high options volume that haven't moved very much, and I'm just kind of rereading your question there, Blue, or the second part of it, that haven't moved much. Okay, well, let's try to define haven't moved much. So when you say they haven't moved much, is that on the session for today, just the intraday move, or have they been kind of flattening out on the daily? But let's define the time frame. Haven't moved much in what time frame would you say? Thank you, Anthony. Glad you can hear. So let's just get a time frame to work with here, Blue Moon. Intraday or daily? Okay. Let's pop into config and see what we got in here. This is just really basic stuff, minimum, maximum price, average daily volume. Of course, there's lots of different ways, we could easily put in volume today, but here's the kicker. When the options volume is really high, typically you're going to see volume in the common very high as well. So if we go to the change family of filters, here's what we can do. The biggest one for the intraday is 120 minutes, but if we said, okay, we don't want it to have moved too much in the past hour. So if we add that filter, and if we popped in here and said, okay, we don't want it to have moved more than 2%. Price is up no more than 2% in the last 60 minutes, but it could also be flat. That's okay. Or the price was down. But if we put a 0 here, what do we get? Okay. So if we use a 0 in the min field and a 2 in the max field, not up more than 2%, or it's flat. Okay. So between up 2% and flat, of course, we could always take it a little bit further down. Let's just see how drastically the list is affected after we make this change here. Well, there we go. Okay, so the list changed, but boy, we still have a bunch of stuff on here. Now, let's just go ahead and throw that guy in there as a column as well, just to see what the value is. And I tell you what, let's just let's get rid of some of these columns. We're just going to keep options volume as a percentage. Don't need that. Okay. So now if we sort by change in 60 minutes, we can see what was our, I do believe I put minimum of 2, let me, or maximum of 2, or yeah, 1, okay. So you can see none of the stocks on here will have been up more than 1% in the past hour. Now, if we're looking at it hourly, yeah, it might make sense to maybe look at 60-minute candles. Now, you'll notice SYNH, let's see, we were just looking at JWM, but let's look at SYNH. Where are we on the hour? Yeah, this candle just opened up. Hasn't moved more than 1%. It's currently doing 2.5 times normal options volume. And then you can just kind of scan these levels. Not really important. I just like to see the values over here. You know nothing's going to be up more than 1% in the past hour. So ATC, there's that big one. Obviously, the candle just opened. So that's one way to do it. And of course, Blue Moon, you might have to kind of play around with the change and the time frame. Maybe it's 60 minutes, maybe it's 2 hours, maybe it's 30, maybe it's 15. But that's definitely one way to do it. Can't have moved up this much in this amount of time. And then we just reference the volume. Of course, to get rid of a lot of these ones that aren't doing high options volume, we can go in there and say, okay, options volume today, put a minimum in there. We can say, okay, at least show me stocks at least doing 200 or twice normal options volume, okay, or higher. That's going to thin the list out a little bit more. Okay, now we have something that just doesn't have a bunch of things on there that we really have no interest in, because none of these will be up more than 1% in the past hour, and you're only seeing the ones where the options volume is 2 times or greater. Well, good, good. So let's see. Any other fine tuning we can do with this one, because I'll get it all queued up and I'll drop the cloud link in there for you. That way you don't have to rebuild it from scratch. Give me 1 second here. Okay, sorry about that. Mute that phone. Yeah, no problem, Blue. Okay, so anything else that we'd like to add here? We'll just leave the number of put and call options contracts traded for today. And I do believe the gradient is set up by options volume. Notice how it's in line with the gradient on options volume. Yeah, let me retitle it. Two X options volume up no more than 1% in the last hour. And here comes the cloud link. All right, there it is. Chandra, you're trying to get into Chris's Zoom meeting and having an issue. Is it Zoom that's not launching properly? Or where exactly are you having the issue? I don't have eyes on that one right now. But I bet if you go to live chat and just tell them, they could give you some guidance on how to remedy that. So just go hit the live chat and say, hey, I'm trying to get into Chris's room. And hopefully they can give you some pointers on how to get that up and running. Sorry you're having difficulties. All right, so I'm gonna go back around to what I was talking about earlier. Well, what Barry was referencing, how LGVN more than likely, the choice entry for today. Let's flip back over here to 15-minute candles. Obviously, nice little pre-market setup. But notice, as soon as we broke these intraday high and pre-market high, it was off to the races. So this was the choice entry right here. 10 period, keeping it elevated. It's over. All right. Chasey up here, you just never know. It could keep going, could fold back down. But the bottom line is the choice entry has gone for the day, but it will be active tomorrow. And that's why I always like to point out how I'm using these two top lists right here. These are the stocks that are up the most from the open for today, not the gap, but since the open, and the ones that are down the most. Okay. And these I've found are really great top lists for generating end of day lists. All right. So I take about the top 36 from each one. I end up with about 72, 80 stocks. Half are the big winners from yesterday from the open or today, and the other half are the big losers. But it's the same theme, just like LGVN today. Here it is. It'll be on my list tomorrow. And that's what these two windows right here are looking at, right? The previous day's rippers, because they could set up again. And we know that they had big volume the day before. And now they're doing it again. Good example here. Bed Bath & Beyond. Not the prettiest one, but the pattern is the pattern. Notice that pre-market area right there. We didn't have a break on the open. Took a little swoon down, but slowly but surely, we're getting a break from that upper end range. Nice pre-market range break. It's trying. Sellers knocked it back down, but hey, if this 15-minute bar closes above this line here, well, then we might have more upside room. And we do definitely have room on the daily over here. All right. A little bit of room. It could easily get into that candle there and get a little traction. But the one problem I see with this one is right here. Volume's a little bit lackluster right here at only half of relative volume. I'd like to see that a lot higher. That's not to say that it can't go, just what I look for. Does this sort by higher call versus put ratio? This one is sorted. Let's see here. Go back into the sort tab. Options volume today, biggest on top. And you'll also notice that's what the gradient color. Options volume, biggest on top. That's the default sort. And then the gradient is also set up to colorize by different breakpoints here. And if we popped into properties, select colors, you can see whatever we have selected over here is what we apply our gradient to. And you can see my numerical breakpoints there. Thus, the gradient for these values. So hopefully that clarifies that for you, Blue Moon. All right, LAC coming through. This would have been a bummer right here. And this happens. This doesn't happen all the time, but when I see these wiki opening 15-minute bars, it's no big surprise. There's a lot of algos shaking the trees during that time. So let's say it was the open. We see this guy poking its head above there. We're like thinking, this one might work. And then we get in the following candle or the same candle, a whip below this level. So that would have been a quick stop out there if we would have bought this level up here. But that happens. I mean, not all trades are winners. And then, of course, a move higher now. But if we continue to cycle through, say, stocks that have been generated from this alert window, okay, here's a decent example. Not the most liquid in the pre-market, but it doesn't really matter. We draw off the low and the high from the pre-market. 1, 2, 3. We never broke this area here until that 9:15 candle. All right. So once it comes here, this would have been a great entry, and we know what our risk level is automatically by the low of the pre-market. And actually, that was the first candle there. So actually, risk would have been about right here. Of course, we got a little bit of play right there. That's why, Barry and a lot of other people sit out that first 15 minutes, right? Anytime you take a trade early on like that, risk is greater. Also, reward is greater. Sometimes the algos are going to shake you out on these wicks. Not all the time, though. No worry, Blue Moon. Lack alerts. Let's see, were you talking about up here? Well, the reason we're seeing repetitive LAC alerts is as it was topping out up here, right? Every time it hits a new high, we're going to see another occurrence of that simply because the alert is new high, right? So it's really simple. All I care about seeing, since these two windows right here are pointed to my custom list, which is generated from these top lists on a daily basis, all I want to see is, are they hitting a new high in the regular session or in the pre-market? And then just the opposite over here for the low. So every new penny high, you're going to see a repeat from that alert window. Now, you might create an alert window in the future and you're like, yeah, I don't want to see all the repeats. Can we just see the first occurrence and then tell it to shut up? And the answer is yes. If you don't want to see repeats, you can always go into property and select this option here. Don't repeat, and then 4, and then you can select the time period. Don't ever repeat it. Don't repeat it for a day, an hour, 30 minutes, 15, 5, or 1 minutes. Sometimes, it just depends on the situation there. Well, this is just the way I like to view it, right? Because also, too, you might notice this column that I have attached here. Notice last time LAC, well, let's just find the last occurrence, okay? Notice over here on the 5-minute chart, my arrow, that was when it was popping a high right here. Right here, okay? Notice it was feeding me a value here. It's like LAC, okay? If it keeps going, this next higher low, it's giving me this short-term resistance. If LAC keeps going, it has the potential to go $2.44 before it hits an area of short-term, what could be short-term supply. And if we look at the daily here and just kind of compress it, you see what it's looking at right here? It's looking over here at this room right here. So if we are currently, let's see, that tick was 39.12, 41.12, 41.70. It was doing the math for me, calculating, okay, this is it. You know, this is the potential that the trade has, marking it off for me. I could have easily went over here and eyeballed it myself, but that's what this column is doing for me. So when I see all these repetitive hits, basically what I'm looking for are the ones that have room, right? It helps me, you know, I don't have to necessarily painstakingly eyeball the chart. I can just see right here, is there room, pull it up, see if it looks good to me, and then know what the potential of the trade is. But that's just the way that I like to view the data. I could easily put this on do not repeat for 5 minutes. Would I lose a lot of opportunity? Probably not. I'd just rather see the data sooner than later. In the same vein, that's why if I show you my stock races here, or my stock race of hugging the 10, and I go to race setup, I'm running 1 minute races because that gives me information faster. Now, I don't like to watch 1 minute charts, but I do like to watch 1 minute races. Of course, no big surprise that LGVN triggered 30 times, 29 times, 28 times. All over the place, dominating. And why is it showing up so much? Because the 10, obviously here on the 15-minute chart, if it decides to come back up, just hug, hug, hug. See, the race was telling me, hey, it's hugging the 10. Great time to pay attention to it as it's thinking about creeping back up here and potentially busting out, which it eventually did. So the races will bring your attention to stocks that are doing that thing that you want them to do based on your top list. Then pattern becomes kind of auxiliary or secondary, just like any other alert or top list window. This is just a different way to get the information and view the information. Right. Yep. I know Barry, he's a big proponent of a couple of his alert windows are on do not repeat. Another good habit to get into is if if you do like to start scanning early in the pre-market. See RETA, this was one from a couple of days ago, had a really nice run, and then it was productive, well, run to the bottom. But then these following 2 days after the first day, which was the 28th, were very productive too and had lots of good opportunity. Rita's been very productive over the past 2 days after that first day of big activity. Kind of taking a snooze right now. But what I was getting at here is if we duplicate this list, some of the more choice setups are the real tight pre-market consolidations. So if we go back in history here and just say, you know what, let's just look at what was going on before the market opened. And you can see all the ones that are going to be busy in the pre-market, right? Boom. I mean, that pre-market for Sigley looks just like almost the regular session. Not really conducive to what I like to see because, all this crazy action doesn't really give me the entry and exit points that I like. But as you start to scroll these in the pre-market, not bad on IGMs. Like to see them a little more tight though. Here's a great one to the downside. And I say great. Most of the activity was down here. So you could have played that break. You would have had to have been fast on the draw, obviously. That candle right there opening at 4.99. But you got a nice little run down to like 4.48. Not a big monetary value, but big on a percentage level. So that was a great trade. But just finding the ones that are setting up nicely in the pre-market can certainly help you. Now, just keep in mind, just because these are coming through and hitting pre-market highs doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to hit highs in the regular session. They're going to break this level one way or the other typically, but it's just a way to get eyes on them earlier than later. Of course, this is an ETF. I don't know why my 15-minute chart's taking so long to load. So a lot of these break into the downside, but not a bad pre-market range on APPH here. The other day, the Newegg and the AMC, they were just so choice, so flat, made for some really good entries. Let's see if I take my time frame out a little bit bigger. Let's just kind of look. Yeah, this day right here. Big levels. See that pre-market range, and of course you could see the post-market from the day before, little pre-market range and a rounded bottom there. And that was the first candle of the day. Took its time, but boy, right there when it broke that pre-market range, that was one of the best ones I've seen in a very long time. And of course, you saw what it did on the day. I want to say AMC was very similar. Ah, so pretty. Look at that beautiful pre-market range right there. I mean, this is really choice. Pre-market range, we get the open and just off to the races. A simple technique, a very simple technique. Okay, if you have a relative volume filter value of 3 on a 1-minute volume alert scan and a stock that receives a 1-minute volume surge happens but wasn't trading high volume prior, will that not come through? Correct. So for example, actually, let me grab a different window here for that example. Okay. Here's a window that's just looking at the entire market versus these guys looking at a specific list. So I don't really have to fiddle with any relative volume or 1-minute volume settings. Let's see. All right, so notice I don't have 1 minute or, well, I do have relative volume, okay? So we've got relative volume on 3, right? But if I go find the 1-minute volume filter and add it, so let me make sure I'm doing this right. Your example, Blue, is you have relative volume filter value of 3, minimum of 3, and then the 1-minute volume alert scan receives a 1-minute volume surge, but it was not trading high relative volume, then it would not come through. So if I leave that relative volume of 3 in there, and then I say, okay, we need also a 3 times 1-minute volume spike, okay? If relative volume was less than 3, and then you get the 1-minute volume spike, it would not show, simply because all of the filters that we install function in the all or none capacity, right? So in this case, the relative volume of 3 would not have been met, even though it was spiking 300% on the 1 minute volume, then you would not see that symbol. Because even if one filter is not met, it nullifies the whole filter set since they do function in the all or none capacity. So let me know if that makes sense, Moon. What was the one that really got beat up yesterday? EO. Yeah, still kind of flogging it down here, but this one might be worth watching. You know, it's only in its second day of trading, but boy, let's see. They opened this one at 12 and took it all the way down to 669. So this thing almost cut in half yesterday. We're getting a nice flat, you know, bottoming pattern over the past 2 days. So, you know, pretty simple here. If we ever get back above that level, it might go. A lot of these IPOs have been taking big runs, big runs. Now, interestingly enough, when you have limited data like this in whatever chart you like, we're looking at 30 minutes right now. Let's attach the old anchored VWAP to the first day of trading. Ooh, look at that. Okay. That purple line is the anchored VWAP from the first day of trading, also coinciding with that 10 period there. So, you know, kind of knew that that's what it was going to look like. But, you know, once this thing, if it does start popping back above these levels, first that anchored VWAP might be good, and this might be the second level right here. So I'm going to keep my eyes on this one. If it starts pecking away at that anchored VWAP, it might get a little lift. Of course, we can see how many shares have traded today. Relative volume only having 1 day plus today probably doesn't mean a whole lot. You can see we haven't even had the data provider fill in all the specs for DO just yet. Okay, to catch the volume surge on the 1 minute, um, you know, this is kind of the way I use my turbo breaks windows now. I used to go with 1 minute volume surge, but the market dynamics have changed, and that was, man, that was the better part of a decade ago. Market dynamics are totally changing, so I just went to 100,000 shares traded with 3 times relative volume, looking for the same type of breakouts. Okay, but if we only wanted to focus, we get rid of relative volume and just use the 300% volume spike. All symbols. Okay, so now I changed that. Let's just take a peek at the history here. And tell you what, we'll flip over to onesies just to see. Okay, so the last thing coming through here, Friggy. Okay, here we are looking at the 1 minute candles, 11:34. I'm just kind of wondering where my arrow is. There it is. Okay, so you can see right here as these ticks are coming through. Now, of course, they're hitting highs because that's the alert that I have. But if you have that column installed, see, as Friggy or Next was hitting that high right there before it wicked out a little bit and started to come back down. Well, our 3 times normal 1 minute volume was met. Actually, since we're viewing the column, it gives us the exact value. So it was pushing 9 times normal 1 minute volume as it got up here. So this is one way to do it. Now, we can also do this via a top list. Of course, keep in mind a top list is going to update every 30 seconds, but it's still going to give us an interesting list of things to look for. Let's see if I can find my old school. Let's see if this is it. Okay, so here we have a top list just with some, pretty loosey-goosey filter settings. Once again, the old 5, 150, half a million. But notice I've got the smaller time frames, 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute. Now, if you're interested in 10 minute, well, then I can just sort and go. I can look immediately and just see all of the stocks in the list doing crazy 1 minute volume if I sort by this column. Of course, no surprise. Divide 6,000 by 100. You get what, 60? Or 600? Yeah. So crazy crazy, volume on the 1 minute time frame. If 100 is normal, then 1,000 is 10. So 60x just went up to 100x. IoT currently kicking out 12 times. And typically, if you're really interested in 1 minute volume spikes, then, you can have an alert window and then a companion top list just looking at 1 minute volume spikes. Now, side note, in the default top list, you won't see 1 minute volume because it doesn't reside in native format, but you can create a custom filter. Notice to get 1 minute volume to show up in the top list, we have to create that custom filter for 1 minute volume. And then you can add it. All right, well, glad to see things are working with the new streaming service that we're using. Looks like crypto's having a little selling today after the run-ups of the prior days. Speaking of, let's see, GBTC. I think that's the Grayscale ETF. Yeah. Downward action in it today. Doesn't follow Bitcoin tit for tat, but relatively close. All right. Looks like questions panel is caught up and open. So if you've been sitting on a question, don't be shy. To check these guys. Market's taking a little nap right here. Okay. If you notice here, I'll give you guys a little peek at what's coming down the pipeline for you guys as well. Check out the number there. Notice this is SPY, and notice how it's every time it trades, we're getting the tick. So in the dev version that I'm running right now, these are real-time charts. Notice the prices are updating across all fields, all time frames, tick by tick. Every time the SPY trades, we're going to see that tick there. Of course, it's going to happen with any stock as well. Let's just see how LGVN is ticking. And you can see up here as the price bounces around in real time. So good stuff. Charts will be real time, or they are currently. We're testing them, and hopefully testing goes well. We're going to roll them out to you guys. Ooh, we got a youngster here. Oh, this seems to be commonplace. Interesting. Double LAP. Gee, they opened that one at 12 yesterday, or when they opened it a few days ago. Coincidentally, that was right where they opened EO at 12. This little guy getting hammered pretty good. Where it stops, nobody knows. Oh, I remember seeing this one on the first day. It's Orbital. It's a satellite company. Small satellites. Probably what they refer to as LEOs, low Earth orbit, which I believe that's what Starlink is as well. Heard that's pretty cool. I don't know anybody that's actually using it. No, there's some kinks in the system, overheating issues and whatnot, but I guess if you're out in the middle of nowhere, it's better than nothing. Probably one to keep an eye on, though, moving forward. Once it finds its feet, it'll probably make for some good trading. And this little guy seems to be in no man's land. Yeah. Welcome to the abyss. Why do I say that? Because when we look to the left over here, there's no net to catch it. Digital mining. Crypto asset mining. Yep, that landscape is ever changing. Industrialized business these days. All right, guys, pretty quiet out there in the questions panel. Surely somebody is wondering how to do something. If so, let me know. While I'm waiting on some questions, you'll notice this little top list back here. If I just sort from change from the open, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 that are up, 1 is flat, and 4 that are down. Not too bad. This thing's been on fire as of late. This is something that we're testing out, which should be available to you guys in the future. Curated swing trading ideas from the different trading people here. And this list is going to be maintained in real time. So you don't have to worry about changing the symbols. It's just going to update for you as traders here add and remove symbols for good swing candidates. Looks like TU's having a pretty good run lately. Okay. You know, obviously we can see exactly, not sure who put this one in, but we can see what they were seeing, you know, a few days back as an anticipatory trade. Had nice room. It's starting to work. And if it gets up here, things could get interesting because it is an all-time high. Here we are looking at the weekly as well. Quality. Unfortunately, DOS, I cannot share this window yet because it's not ready. We're going to launch it when it does come out. Hopefully, don't quote me on this, but you know, tomorrow is already the end of this week, so we'll see. Could be over the weekend, might not be till the end of next week, but we're going to launch it as a new channel, right? So all you guys will have to do is just click on the channel, then you can see the window, copy it, do whatever you want with it. I'd love to give it to you today, but it's too early. But coming soon, Prime DOS. Sure, Pete. Question is, can you go through how to set up a stock race. And I sure can. Just give me 1 second here. All right. So here you can see I already have one running. But for stock races, they are tied to a top list. So that's how anytime you're running a race, you're running that race from a top list. Okay. So if we've got this top list here configured to show us things that are doing 200 options volume that are up no more than 1% in the past 60 minutes, all we do is right click in the top list and say launch the real-time stock race. Then we set it up the way we want to see it. Let's see, this one, since we're using the options, we'll base it around options volume, and then we'll just use the delta value to sort. Then you got a couple of more things to play around with. How many cars do you want in the race? Let's say we just start with 10. Auto rerun, do you want it to keep running? We would check auto rerun. And you have other options that you can play around with here. Replace the cars each time, biggest loser wins, auto start, unload. Hopefully, before too long, we're going to have another option in there that says begin on the open. So you don't have to manually start your races when the market opens. But that's pretty much it. You got a goal box up here. You can select time or based on value. We'll just leave it on time. Lastly, how long do you want your races to be? 1 minute, 2 minute, 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever your preference is. I like the smaller ones. So once you get all these values plugged in, you just say start. And we're off. So and it might be, 30 seconds before we see any action there. Because what I said earlier, a top list by default is going to refresh every 30 seconds. But we're enhancing that for the races so we get more movement sooner, along with shortening the refresh time of the top list coming soon as well. And so, you're only limited by your imagination, just like any alert or top list that you configure for, finding those stocks that you like. Get creative with stock races. You never know what you're going to find. VWAP, options volume, up from the open. Those are some of my favorites. Hugging the 10 or whatever your favorite intraday moving average might be. So Pete, that's how you get a race going. You just pull up any top list, give it the old right click and then launch, and then you can configure. Once your race is going, if you want to get in there and fiddle with it, you can show the race setup while the race is going, just to make sure all your settings are where you want them to be. And then to get back to the race, you just right click and say hide race setup. Okay, so PVH won that first options race. And let's see, it's currently doing 7.5 times options volume as it's putting in this nice little base down here. What's the daily look like? And we're just kind of in this area of congestion right here. So let's say, when we're right there, okay? So it doesn't look, not to say that it couldn't get down into this level here. It's definitely a possibility. If it did break this level here and breaks this little lower range right here, it might have a little room to the downside. But then again, it might want to just snap back up. Now this wick right here on the daily is kind of a tell, right? Buyers tried to take control and push it higher, but nope. Right now, the wick tells the story. If this stock closes here on the day, well, then we might have a little downdraft. If it gets frisky before the close and breaks these levels, it might do it. On the other side, If it breaks these levels, it might have a little upside up and try to reclaim that area. Or it just might stay flat for the rest of the day and gap down or up. Who knows? But the bottom line is I wouldn't just jump in here hoping for one way or the other. I'd wait for a break from this little area of congestion right here. But to tell you the truth, it really doesn't interest me much at all. One second, guys. Sorry about that. Lots of stuff going on over here today. No problem, Pete. All right, we're quickly approaching the top of the hour. Got about 8 more minutes here before the MC known as Barry returns. I'm probably going to have to keep this one on my screen as well. Now, I tell you what, let's see here. And notice what happens if I close the top list. This guy keeps running. So you don't even have to have the top list there, but if you ever want to go back to it, you just right click and open the top list. Of course, it assigned a different color, but the top list is the same. So I tell you what, if any of you guys want to play around with this race, I'm just going to drop the cloud link in here. And this is stock races for unusual options volume. Oops. There you go. Let's just take a look here. A little downturn here. Not that surprising. We've had a beautiful little run, right? Which seeing this reminds me of Apple. 11. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Look at that run in Apple. 11 days in a row. Of course, things come to an end. My eye would be on this level right here. See what happens when it comes down here and visits the 10-period SMA on the daily. Notice it's going to coincide with these levels back here. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Apple come kiss this, maybe do a little sideways dance for a while. And the SPY, very similar. It's not quite as many. We did have a nice run there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. One red day and a little doji there, but looks very similar. Another stock that's been all over my windows. Once again, a micro float. Oops, what did I do there? Of only 6.52 million. Usually we'll consider anything 20 million or less small float. But boy, you start getting below 10, down to 5 and 3. I like to refer to those as micro floats. Oh yeah, I was talking about the trader's eye. And then we have the TI strength. So for all you people that love to swing trade, we've got some great resources. Of course, you're all familiar with Steve Gomez and the trade of the week. He's been on fire lately, just kicking out some really great winners. Then you have the TI strength, which is also available to you as a subscriber through the Strength Alert channel right over here on the left, giving you 5 new symbols every Monday for swing trade candidates. And then coming up soon, Trader's Eye. So we have 3 different resources for swing trading: Trade of the Week, TI Strength, and Trader's Eye. I mean, that's literally a beautiful source. Three things delivering a total, depending on how many are going to be in Trader's Eye. If we just count them up right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15, 16 really good swing trade candidates so far this week. You're going to have 6 from Strength Alerts and TOW, and then add on how many from Trader's Eye. Really nice curated list. Humans using the tech together to find those picks. All right, about 3 minutes to go. I thought I was using my new noise canceling thing here, but it appears I have an error. My free minutes expired. Guess I'll have to pay the $5 a month. Well worth it though. Up, CPSH hugging that 10. Well, not exactly the type of hugging that I'd like to see. But if we get a close on a 15-minute candle back above there, CPSH might have a little bit more upside oomph to it. Okay, Barry, I see you are back, sir. So I tell you what, I
Yep.
will go ahead and stop screen sharing here and mute myself. And hopefully you're just going to pop right back in there. So
I
give me 1
will.
second. And voila.
Yeah, guys. So I should be back in. Hopefully, you guys can hear me. I think we did the handoff not badly today. I think. Guys can hear me in YouTube. Okay, great. Okay, guys, let me get my music going again. I was listening to the dulcet tones of Jamie before.
Hey, Barry, can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I was just curious, exploring the new software, but I'm going to put
Okay.
myself back on mute now. Have a good one.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. All right, guys. So let's see. While I was on my break, I'm just looking at a couple of things here. All right, RNLX. So this, I did see this in the pre-market. It's an earnings play, almost an all-time low. Trying to move down further. Looks like there's some support around 577. So that is actually got some room, guys. So do I have shorts? I do have shorts available. Terrible spread, 650, 668. So not a great spread. But that is for the RNLX as in xylophone. Meanwhile, the SGLY is now, yeah, it's an all-time high here, of course. Hit in the pre-market. I do have an alert set for it. 1460, it hit in the pre-market. Let's see if it takes that out later, and it could just keep running and running and running. Okay, you guys have been talking about next. Let's take a look at next and see. Yeah, so my relative volume is in the basic new highs, has to be 8. So yeah, that's why this is not showing up. Yeah, the Clovis, as somewhat predicted, guys. I know they had a little pop up here up to the 290s, but I just didn't think this was going to have any oomph left in it because of that float. 127 million in the float. Already had a big pop pre-market, but because of that float, and also when you look left on the daily chart, I mean, there was, to me anyway, there seemed to be quite a bit of resistance, and that seemed to have stalled it anyway for the time being. Meanwhile, guys, GME still is very active. I mean, look, if it takes out 170, what was the high yesterday? 183. So the high yesterday was 183. It obviously held so far anyway, the 200-day moving average, 164. So it's at 170 now. So it's held that 200-day. It did drop down below it a few times, but it did hold it. Give me a moment here. I'm just adjusting my sound here. Okay. All right. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. I don't really see anything interesting happening. However, maybe the GDYN. Keep an eye on this one, GDYN. Look what it's trying to do right here. It's gone off the base of 14. This one got up to 1465 or so, and it's trying to make its way up. Not a crazy low float, 39 million in the float. It's not trading abnormally today, like 0.83 relative volume, so it's not trading abnormally. RSI, how cheap is it? Actually, it's not bad. Yeah, almost an all-time low, yeah, for RSI. All right, guys, LGVN looks like it's trying to move again. I mean, it's been choppy. It's been very, very choppy. I mean, that got all the way down to 1050. So it's back up $1 from there. All right, guys, there's GME 170. GME 170. I'll say it again. It will not surprise me if this gets back up to 200. I'm not saying today. It may never happen, but it just won't surprise me. Well, it's interesting because HYMC I thought would tag along, but not really. HYMC, I mean, it's still up for the day, I guess. Yeah, barely up for the day, guys. Had earnings, okay, little pop because of earnings, I guess. But if you know this, if you know the GME and the AMC story, this was moving along with it. Certainly, it's either lagging or it's done. I don't know. Let's take a look at AMC to see what AMC is. Is AMC following The AMC is still negative for the day. And GME, I believe, is positive, right? Yeah, so GME is positive. Not much, I mean, 1.8%. But so there was a little bit of a difference here. SABS, SABS, what are you doing? The next high looking left, 413. SABS, see if there's any specific news. They had some news afterwards, after the market closed yesterday. It looks like this was an earnings. Oh, right there, March 29. After the market closed on the March 29. So yesterday's reaction, but today way better. And that is SABS. SABS. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. SAB Biotherapeutics. Where are they out of? Sioux Falls. Probably not too many companies in South Dakota. I mean, there are only 10 people in South Dakota? So 9. Hit the post. All right. Now, unfortunately, because I had to do that, because my program got booted, I had to reinstall, not reinstall, but load trade ideas again. So I'm missing all my previous alerts. So I can't really go back and see, okay, what did it do from here? I mean, obviously this was alerted earlier than 1114 or 1389. And that was a potential short. Riven, RIVN. Let's take a look at Riven, RIVN. Well, the next low looking left, certainly it's got some room. If you look at the next low looking left around 46. So it's at 50 right now. Boy, the market, yeah. So since I went away, went away on my break. So the market has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 3 hours. Sorry, 2.5 hours straight down. Little pause here and here, but basically, yeah, about 2.5 hours straight down. Give me a moment. Sorry guys, I had myself on mute. I was just going to say, I was trying to short, maybe a good thing. I was trying to short the SABS, just around 388, and couldn't get them. I think the last time I looked in Interactive Brokers, there were about 36,000 shares available. None now. So they were snapped up really quickly. Now again, we'll see. We'll see if that's a good thing or a bad thing. The fact I didn't get the short. Wow, there's a lot of resistance right where it is, isn't it? For next, right at that 7 level. Right around here. What's the high here? 685. 753 looks like the next high looking left. 753 looks like it. Yeah, I mean, this one might keep going down the path, but I found it just a little too whippy for me. So, maybe you're taking a few shares at the beginning and just held on all day, perhaps. That's just not my style. Okay, one moment, please. Oops. Come on, chair. Maybe time to get a new chair. BCAB. Keep an eye on this one. Oh, well, okay. Actually, it is shortable too. It is shortable. BCAB for me anyway. Yeah, lots of shares available. It is shortable. Takes out that 5. Look out below. I mean, it's got some room. 50 cents down to the low of that 15-minute candle. So this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, BCAB. And a nice little break here. I'm going to put an alert, say around 495 or so, and see if it takes it out. I didn't have shorts available when I wanted it. I wanted it right here at that around 390 mark or so. 388. Actually, it was a 388, and there were shorts available when I first looked, and then they got, as I said, they got all snapped up. So yeah, I was trying to short it. But I'm definitely interested in this B cab. Maybe down here. All right, next. Is it a crack? As in crack? Yeah. Okay, it cracked underneath 7. Well, if you, okay. See how well it holds underneath 7, because if it can hold well under 7, look at the 15-minute chart. I mean, in theory, you've got room down at the 623 mark. Okay, that's where all the support is, in theory. So yeah, so keep an eye on the next. I mean, it's already given up 30 cents, but I mean, it could give up more, that whole number break. So I will put an alert around 693 or so and see if it gets down there, and then I'll make up my mind. Now that's up, you do what you have to do, all right? All right, so we don't have a 36 million float. We have 121, so I don't know. There's a massive discrepancy. So what did they do? A reverse split or something? Or well, couldn't have done maybe they did a reverse split. Guys, take a look at. I mean, it's not easy. This is not easy, but IGMS. But I mean, look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. But boy, oh boy, if this ever gets rolling again, the financing looks like it's been absorbed. Doesn't look like it's being absorbed. Or sorry, it looks like it's being absorbed. Financing at $23. So, on the 15-minute chart, definitely the trend is up, but it's very choppy. Oh, I probably didn't even see the VWAP. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't short it there. You're right. Thanks for pointing that out. I forgot to look. Well, BCAB, it didn't trigger quite. There's my blue line. My blue line right here is still blue. It just probably touched a penny above it. Otherwise, that blue line would have turned green. There he is. Welcome back, William. I'm assuming you had some computer difficulties or something like, or you were doing something else, but whatever it was, welcome back. Well, and William is back. And I know you've got this one as your long-term hold, William. TNT. Wow, look at the volume coming in. Yes, look at the volume. You're in a lot higher though. I know that, but I know that you're telling me this is a 10-year hold. But Kind of kidding, but anyway, the TMC, a lot of volume coming in. Tell you what, if you cover my my gas and meal, I'll head down to the headquarters for you, okay? In Vancouver. See what they're up about or all about. Guys, GME, it is now over 170. It looks like 170 is really holding. Your next level is up here, 183. That's the next high looking left on the daily. For those of you who are into this one, again, I'm just going to say it again. It would not surprise me. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe never. But if it hits 200 again, it's had a 2-day pullback. What is not following, though, is the HYMC, which is really interesting. HYMC is not following. Oh, look at the IGMS. Look at it. A little bit of volume coming in. IGMS. All traders are looking at is, okay, 2 days ago, you got up to $36. You had a financing. We were mildly upset, okay, but held that financing, $23. And now this is some severe rippage happening here, guys. IGMS. And remember, that news that they had was really good. Bona fide company, Sanofi, giving them $150 million up front with that float, 14 million in the float. Don't torture me, Zach, on the SABs. Yeah. Well, here's your fantasy area, down to 317 or so. And the volume is increasing for that GME, for the GME. You can just sort of see it here, 15-minute chart. What time is it now? Well, actually, okay, the volume's slightly decreasing here. Another 40 seconds for this bar to close. Oh, I'm not touching GME right now. I'm just not touching it. I probably should, but I'm just not touching it right now. But this is, look at the volume coming in on the 5-minute. And again, look at the path. I just find it, Shady, I hope you're making money on it. I know that you've been talking about it. I was talking about it too, of course, but just not a nice, clean move today for it. Let's see if there's some short covering for SADs. Yeah, you see, now there are 8,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers, so there is some short covering happening. It's too late for me, though. I'm not gonna do it now. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, this is from Interactive Brokers. So when I first looked, there were, I think, it's either 36,000 or 63,000. I can't remember, available to short when I was looking at it up here. And then when I was poised to short it, it said none. Now you can see there is at least 7,000 from Interactive Brokers. 7,000 have covered on this move down. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. All right, let's do it in the simulator. Okay, let's short 50 shares. What's the spread like? It won't matter really. All right, 100 shares. We'll do 100 shares short. Show you guys how you do this. Those of you who have never shorted before, you just hit the big sell button. Okay, so it just took that trade. Man, oh man, didn't save my sound alert again. Give me a moment here. Of course, it would help if I didn't have my sound toggle off, but it wasn't. I didn't have it on anyway, so I mean, I didn't have that saved. But okay. So again, you short something, you want it to go down from where you shorted it. 172.51. So obviously, short something, you want it to drop below that price. For those of you who are still not quite understanding what shorting means, just flip the script in your brain. When you buy something, you hope it goes up. When you short something, you hope it goes down. I mean, that's about as simple as, I mean, there's a little more to it in terms of mechanics. Does your broker have shorts available? Things like that. But that's really what it is. So if I want to flatten this trade and get out of the trade, I just flatten it. I just highlight it and I just flatten it. And I think there's a bug. Yeah, because it basically, there's a bug in this telling me I could have made, or I made 214 on the trade. Of course I didn't. I think that is the correct number. But anyway, this is, again, I'm in a development version. So there's a little, it's used to crop used to crop up every now and then. Now, a word about using the simulator. If you do want to swing trade, you want to practice swing trading, just stay in the trade. You don't get out of the trade, and it'll carry forward. So, for instance, let's take a look at IGMS just as an example. Okay. Let's just say that you take a look at IGMS. So you thought, you know what, maybe the worst is over. Okay, they had the financing. So if I took 100 shares and I said, okay, I don't mind. Now, what's the market? I don't care. I mean, the spread isn't great, but I'm going to buy 100 shares. Okay, I'm going to risk $400 on this trade because I'm going to put my stop right here, 25.43. Okay. So risking $250 on this trade, okay, in the simulator. Now, would that be a good risk reward? Well, let's take a look. So my stop, just give me a moment. Give me one moment. All right. So when you swing trade, of course, you have to have a wider stop, obviously, because I mean, if you have too tight a stop, you'll probably get stopped out. So in swing trading, you'll more than likely take fewer shares, wider stop. All right. But what makes sense to take a swing trade, in my opinion? The only way if I'm going to risk $2 and say, well, that's 58 cents, but let's say 250, if I'm going to risk 250 on this trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation to make $5 on the trade. In other words, I have to have a reasonable expectation that it could get up to, say, the 32 level. Okay. Now, granted, right there is 30, but I'm looking more here. I mean, that's where all the euphoria was 2 days ago, got all the way up to $35. So I would be looking at this and, okay, listen, I'm going to risk 250. Can it get to 32? Because that would be what is called a 1 for 2 risk reward. In my opinion, you shouldn't take any trade, be it a day trade, a swing trade, unless you can, get that sort of a return. I mean, a lot of people will say a 1 for 3. Okay, but minimum, in my opinion, a 1 for 2. So if I saw, for instance, if I wouldn't take this trade, if I saw, again, if it's in my real account, if I saw a lot of resistance, like $1 away, I wouldn't risk 250 to make $1. Now, a word about the distance from the exit price, okay? So I shorted this one. Remember, this was a simulation short, made money on it. What I now want to see is a big positive number, because that means the current price is above, okay, where I exited, which is what you want, of course, if you shorted something. Remember, you short something, you want the price to go down. And so if I get out of a short, what I want to see is the price is this sort of, I want the price to be higher than where I got out, because that's telling me, good, you got out at a good price, because otherwise you would have been losing money. Now, what this is supposed to show me, okay, again, this is kind of screwed up. What this is supposed to show me is the max P&L is what I would have made, okay, if I got out this IGMS right at the very top when I got into the trade, I'd be up $9. I mean, that's what it's telling me. What it's telling me right now, as I'm down 29, that's not a big deal. Why I think these three columns are important when you're practicing, because if that max P&L had said, say, I was at one point when I was in the trade, I was up $500, and now I'm down 35, that wouldn't be very good. Hopefully that makes sense. You're not managing the trade very well. Now, I'm not saying you're not going to get out right at the absolute high, right to the penny, but you certainly don't want to take, a $500 gain, turn into something negative. Okay. BRCC. Ooh, yeah, no kidding. Almost an all-time high. All-time high is way over here. It is shortable. Oh, I see. Yeah, so showing up in your topping scan. What a great break out of consolidation. Wow. Okay. You have to keep watching this one to see where it might stall. Problem is, All right. Well, it's getting close. The next high looking left is back here in February 18th, February 18th. That's the next high looking left, which is 2175. Could it stall right there? Now, if it doesn't stall there, then you're talking about an all-time high up here. Is there news? I don't see any specific news. Wow. Okay. Where did this come from? I'm not sure I understand this. Deutsche Bank initiates coverage with a hold rating and a price target of 19. This was this morning. And what are they trying to prove here? I mean, the stock was already in 1982. I don't know. Let's take a look at MJ. See if there's news about weed. I don't see it. Well, other than today's the day, right? That it goes in front of your house, and then is that correct? AMC finally went positive, I bet. No, still not positive. Interesting. I mean, that must be what's holding HYMC back. I mean, HYMC is actually, yeah, I mean, basically it's flat. Okay, so Gerald is telling us that so a full chamber vote is expected on Friday. That's regarding cannabis. That is a report, I guess, coming out. Just give me a moment, please. Oops, sorry, I had myself on mute. How I see you've got Trade Zero, Vicky. How is the linking with Trade Ideas to, not talking about, of course, Brokerage Plus, just the general linking? Did not do it yet? Okay. Yeah, Zach, I saw that, and unfortunately, I got distracted looking at the cannabis plays. But yeah, the BRCC, huge move down. The only hotkeys are here. I mean, flatten, half, and double. Okay, those are the only hotkeys. So you can call that a hotkey. Yeah, I mean, flatten just gets you out of the trade. All right, guys, I'm continuing. I mean, this may just be a snooze alert, but I'm continuing to watch BCAB as it hovers over underneath 5 to see if it really gives it up. It's got a huge amount of room underneath. Well, huge. It's got 40 cents underneath. So I'm just kind of I almost think I should take it now, just put a 5 cent stop on it and move on if it takes me out. Oh, no kidding. Ugg is right. Wow. So I mean, I'm not saying we would have got it right at the very top, 2170, but give me the middle two thirds. Yeah, listen, guys, the last thing Vicky needs to hear is that she's an amazing trader, okay? It's the last thing she needs to hear. All right, guys, 150. So in about 10 minutes, I'll be in this marketing meeting, okay? I don't know if we had a Papa John's in Vancouver. I got my favorite pizza place, so which is not a chain. So let's take a look at. I mean, look at this average true range for GME. $19 now. That's basically doubled in about maybe a week and a half to 2 weeks. So I mean, look, the low was 158. So it didn't quite get to 178, which would be a $20 range. North Carolina, really? Well, you live in the land of a million golf courses, don't you? I am. Yeah, I'm rooting for you on the 175. That's see if that's kind of the high. All right, guys, you may want to keep an eye on this one. This had the big move yesterday. It dropped quite a bit today, but it's trying to come back. I mean, it's a, MULN. I know some of you follow it. MULN held 3, trying to make a little bit of a move. I mean, insane volume, 220 million shares, 157 in the float. So, that's basically almost traded the float 1.5 times, which is very, very rare. When you got 157 million, if that number is correct, 157 million in the float, to trade 157 million float, even traded once, is rare. So this is the MULN. Boy, that GME, I'm hoping for you there, Blue, but I don't know. There's the MULN, guys. It's starting to move a little bit. Did get as high as 346 today. And pre-market, it got up to 340. Yesterday, the high was, what was it, 345? I'm sorry, that's today. So it's above, actually, it's above yesterday's high. I didn't realize that. So it's a little bit above yesterday's high. All right, LGVN, guys, could be round, I don't know, 10 coming up today. Look at this. I mean, it's curling over 11. It got up to what? Got up to 12.11. So this may not be over, guys. LGVN, keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on the LGVN, guys. It, the longer it holds over this 11 area, And this could be an attraction right up here around that 12 mark. I mean, if it took that out, my goodness, look at this. As I said before, 1479 is the next high. All right, you're making me look at JAGX. I don't know why. I just really don't like this company or the stock, but I shouldn't feel that way, I guess. Yeah, 65-cent stock. It does its thing every now and then. At one point, it got up to, it was a $14,000 stock. Okay, now you're wondering, how can he say that? That's because that's split adjusted. I don't know how many times it's done a split. So that is a split adjusted price, okay? $14,000. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute, get the announcement in first. I'll be in a meeting. All right, everybody, I'm now back. And yes, Vicky, you are 100% correct. So, just before I went into this meeting, and I said, look, if this LGVN can, number one, hold 11 and then get just above this little area here, which is about 11:25, 11:30, I thought it could have a run. And yeah, it did. Just a minute, I got to get my music going here. Now, the big deal about this one, again, look left. I mean, look left, guys. I mean, 1479. I'm going to say it just like this, like I say it all the time. I say this all the time. I'm not saying it's going to get here, but how I trade is I want to see a nice big void. So, yeah, I mean, was there a huge void? 1134 was the key level it took out, right? Once it took out that level, if you look at the daily chart, that's on the 6th of January this year. It took that out. It blew through that. And once it did that, now it had already done it earlier today. So I was pretty confident that if it got above 11 again, 1120, 1130, had a reasonable chance of doing it again. And it certainly did. Now we look left and 1417. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least we don't have to worry about chart resistance. Okay, and that's the basis of how I trade. And I just keep looking left, look left. Where is the next high? If I don't see one on the daily chart, then I'm going to look in the weekly. And if I don't see one on the weekly, then I look in the monthly. I try to keep it very, very simple. I mean, does it work like this every time? Of course not. But boy, when it works, look out.
Mr. Barry, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
All right, perfect. So just to make it a little smoother for you today, I'm going to pop in this link for the webinar if anybody wants to attend it. It's a Zoom link. I'll drop it here in the chat for YouTube. And if you want, you can just close at 3 unless you want to stick around at 3:30. But I won't be taking this stream. It'll be a completely different stream through Zoom. I can't run both streams at the same time. So anybody that wants to pop in that, they're welcome to. As I said before, Tuesdays and Thursdays, as brand new subscribers come in, it's going to be very, very, very basic stuff and less open forum what I've been doing in the past.
Okay, so by the way, guys, I'm talking to Chris in the I would say our YouTube room. Okay, so what I'll do then is I'll take that link,
Mhm.
and at 3:30, because I keep the other room open till 3:30. Okay, so
Okay,
I'll put that link in just before I close the room down, and then they can head over there if they want to.
perfect. Sounds good. I just don't want to hold you up if you wanted to leave a half an hour early.
Yeah, so that means though I can actually shut down SY if I want to at 3 o'clock if I want to. Thing
Absolutely.
is, I mean, I'm open. I'm open till 3:30. I mean, I don't mind hopping on a mic,
Mhm.
until 3:30. But okay, but the big thing is the link. So I'll make sure they get the link in the other room, in the main room. So if they want to do that, great. Thanks,
You
Chris.
got it. Thank you very much. Adios.
Okay. Give me a moment, please. I was talking to Chris Varley in our call it the SY room, Steam Yards. Okay, let me get my music back. So, AG, what does it mean to look left? And this is not being political, haha. But seriously, what I mean is because I'm mainly a momentum trader, most of the things that I see are near the high of the day, okay? And if I'm going long. So when I say talk about looking left, I'm talking about, okay, you notice I've got a daily chart, I've got a weekly chart, I've got a monthly chart. The very first thing I do is because I don't have to worry about today's resistance, intraday resistance, because it's usually right near the high already. I'm going to look left on the daily chart to see where the next high is. I'm just looking at a candle. I check to see where the next high is. And if I think there's enough room with the potential of moving, then that becomes a very attractive looking trade to me. Okay, if I can't see, so I mean, it's obvious here on this daily chart, at 12, I just have to look left and I'm seeing 1479 is the high. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least like imagine if all of this, if you can see my screen, imagine all of this, in the daily chart was just sitting above this. I'd be looking, man, that could be it. All right. But this is not sitting above the current price. So in theory, it could still keep moving higher. Now, listen, not a bunch of other reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher. I mean, profit taking. I mean, this has had a tremendous run. So of course there's going to be profit taking. But what I try to do is take one equation or one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher, and I try to take chart resistance out of play. Okay, that makes sense. And when you see something that has a ton of room like this, I mean, you've got to sort of sit up and take notice, right? In my opinion, anyway. That's why, I really do like the ones, on the short side, the ones that have making all-time lows, because obviously if you look left underneath, I mean, it's an all-time low, so there is no chart support. Okay, so that's why I do like the ones that are making all-time lows. There's some guy in Twitter who's just pumping the heck out of this WWR, I noticed. And I mean, major way. You know who that is? Not you, Zach. It's not you. Tell me it's overseas? Okay. Sabs again to short, obviously. Sabs again to short. None available. So they got snapped up again. Interactive Brokers. Oh, I don't know. I couldn't tell you the guy's name, or I don't really pay too much attention to the person. Can't remember what his Twitter handle is. And I'm not even sure I'm following him. It might be a retweet from somebody I am following. I really can't remember. I just, I use Twitter as entertainment. I do some tweets myself, just pre-market stuff and my video, but that's it. I'm not active on Twitter really. I straight on the GME Blue. I'm gonna have to follow you a little bit more just for GME. You've been kind of nailing it. 175. So AG, if you look left on SABs as an example, okay? Look at all the action right here on the daily chart, right around what, 5? around the 5 mark, right? So imagine if this were getting if this gets closer and closer there, I mean, you would think that it's going to stall there. Yeah, the plaza. It's been discussed. So I mean, you can really see. I mean, it doesn't mean 100% that this is going to stall here, but I mean, look at all the action here, all the trading that took place here. Well, again, so if you look at the daily chart again, just to put a sort of a finishing on this one. If I didn't see anything, in other words, if that's all I saw and everything was underneath, okay, not all this was underneath. I'm looking left, I don't see anything. That's when you start looking left on a weekly chart, go up one time frame. And if I didn't see if all this were underneath on the weekly chart, then I look on the monthly chart. Now it's very rare that's going to happen, but that's my thought process. Start on the daily, don't see anything, go to the weekly, don't see anything, go to the monthly. I mean, this LGVN, I mean, I'll be stunned if it takes out 13. Hey, guys, I was dead wrong on this. Dead wrong. I mean, I thought this was going to fade, and I was upset because I had no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I thought this was going to fade. You know, phase one trial, you know, little pump pre-market. We've seen this a million times that they just fade, especially on phase one or even phase two. So I am actually stunned that this is happening. But you know, just because I had a bias earlier on in the day doesn't mean I can't switch sides. And that's why you got to practice trading. You know, I'm not just talking to you, AG, but anybody else. I mean, if you want to, you know, get used to looking at charts and trying to say, yeah, okay, that looks like it could go here until it hits some resistance, things like that. Yeah, I mean, in theory, you're talking about yeah, the plazas. You're talking about LGVN, right? Yeah, I mean, I can only, of course, speak for Interactive Brokers. But yeah, I mean, in theory, the question was if there are no shorts available, does that imply that the pump can continue? Well, yeah, I mean, there again, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. I don't know about other brokers. I mean, maybe other brokers have piles of shorts available for this one. But yeah, I mean, in theory, if many brokers don't have shorts available, that means from that aspect, you know, you eliminate that sort of downward pressure of people shorting it. So there are no LGVN shorts at each. I guarantee that, you know, Cam Zach, if he looks in center point, he's probably got some shorts available. They may be expensive. So there you go. There are no, well, it doesn't trade options. Yeah, it doesn't trade options. So none at Thinkorswim, none at Fidelity, none at E-Trade, none at Interactive Brokers. Wow. I mean, I've traded some out, obviously, guys. I mean, I'm not going to hang on through some of this whip, but now, I mean, what time is it now? 2:45. No, why not? Put an alert. What did it get up to? Got up to almost 13. So I'm going to put an alert right at 13. See if I can induce it upwards. And I'm just kidding. Okay. I don't have that power. I wish I did. And I did. Look at this. See the power of my price alerts. Wow. Nice way to end the day. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, if the price to short is onerous, I mean, people are going to think twice about doing it. That's all I can say. Unless I really have strong conviction that something is going to have a catastrophic fall. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that exactly at the plaza. Holy smokes, guys. This has been what a rip here now. And of course, it's all about the float. So listen, if you did take this one, don't wander away, right? You hear me say this all the time. Don't wander away from your computer. 3.2 million in the float. So, this can drop like this can drop so quickly. Oh, it's very possible. I mean, this can't keep going higher. I mean, can it? But seriously, phase one. Good grief. I actually haven't seen a move like this for a phase one stock in a long time. If you're wondering when I'm talking about phase one, so this is a little bio. Typically, what happens is they go through like three stages. Phase one is a certain stage, and then they pass that, then they go to phase two. Pass that, they go to phase three. They pass that. Maybe they get FDA approval. It's a long process, though. Phase one is just at the very, very beginning, and so they can pump out some promising data, but most of the time you don't see this on a phase one. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'm talking to somebody in Trade Ideas, so just give me a moment here. Now, Real would say, I mean, depending how many shares you take, of course, but I mean, the LGVN, I mean, it's still riding that 5-minute EMA. Now, granted, we do have postmark or pre-market data in our EMAs, but nonetheless, though I would never let it come all the way back down here, but yeah. So you're talking about right here or here? I'm not sure. See, I was starting to watch it later. I mean, this is just before I went on in my meeting. Okay, so my key area was that as it was getting closer and closer to 1138. So right around here. I wasn't watching. I mean, I wasn't watching it through all this. Yeah, please ask the questions off topic. I mean, I know it's a specific stock, but all right, guys, it's getting close to the end at 2:53 now. So I will be keeping the room open, of course, the main room open until 3:30. Chris, now today is Thursday, so this is a bit different. Tuesdays and Thursdays now are not the same format. He's not going to be in YouTube. I will post a link where he's going to be. It's mainly for people just starting out with trade ideas, though. So I mean, you can go over there if you want, but I will post the link in. I think it's a Zoom meeting. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, it's a Zoom meeting. How am I going to copy that? Tony Robbins' new book? Really? I didn't know he was still around. Yeah, so Real was talking about the prison stock, well, CWX anyway, or yeah, CWX, prison stocks were moving. CWX, not CXX, CWX. How about CXW? There we go. CXW, not CWX. Okay, so the prison stocks, yeah, for whatever reason. And Geo, that's the other one. Yeah, there's only two in there. Okay, guys, so listen, I'm going to just really rapidly cover my homepage again, all right? And so you see, guys, you don't have to. I mean, a lot of you out there are saying, "Man, if I don't do anything the first half hour, that's just not true." I mean, you know, you don't want to sit around all day. I get it, but I mean, there are some great plays later on in the day, and sometimes it's better to wait because they set up better. First half hour, man. I mean, things can go up and down just like that. Whip you out of trades. Put yourself in a bad frame of mind for trading for the rest of the day. Okay, so I put my homepage link in. Click on the link. This is what you're going to see. Not that. You'll see this. So listen, this promo code Spring Break 25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. It's good until at least tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. It may disappear tonight, okay? So take advantage of it if you want to take out a subscription. Don't have to take out an annual. You can start off with a monthly subscription. You'll get the 25% off the first month only. But if you decide within 30 days that you want to take out an annual, we'll honor that 25%. So there's no mad rush. If you don't know you want this product, please don't take out an annual subscription. You can just start off with on a monthly basis. Now, you don't ever have to take out an annual. If you want to go month to month forever, that's fine. Just know that this is what you'll pay going forward after that first month. Okay? Now, if you're just starting out with trade ideas, do this. Now, let's get started, okay? Here we are, okay? And it starts off with episode 1 of 10, download and installation. So please, if you're just getting started with trade ideas, spend the 30 minutes and do this, okay? Now, there are 3 free sections. The trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Wow, LGVN. The stock of the day video. I think I even did it on LGVN today. In fact, I know I did. LGVN, stock of the day video that I do at noon. And all the education is here. So once you've done the getting started, now you can go into the user guide. Now, don't get hung up about, man, there's so much in here. It's all broken up into sections, okay? Alert windows, top list windows, sound alerts, price alerts, things like that, okay? It's all broken up into sections. Now, the stock racing is down here. Full table of contents right here, all searchable. Now, it's just like any other software program. You don't have to learn everything. If you pick up an MS Word manual, you might go, my gosh, how can I possibly learn all this? Well, you just extract the things you want to do. Me, Word, I want to know how to print, maybe change a font. That's about it. Okay, so I'm kind of kidding, but you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. So the daily support session. So again, because this is Thursday, we're going to have to revise this. So Chris is in the YouTube room Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Tuesday and Thursday, it's sort of a special situation where he's going to be dealing with new users only. Now, if you're an old user and you want to refresh yourself, fine. Or refresh your course, fine. And I'll pop that link in. The daily webinar, so we're done this week. Next week is Tuesday, Thursday. This week it was Monday, Wednesday. That's the rotation, what you can sign up for them all right here. And last here is back to basics. If you're brand new to trading or again, looking for a refresher, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so please take a look at this. And last, but I don't think least, my scans. Here are my scans, sharing all of these. Okay. So there is a ton of information in the getting started and my scans and the education. If you save my link, then you can look at these sections anytime you want. All right, guys, so I am going to now, well, look at GME again. Said it before, say it again. Won't surprise me if it, hits 200, maybe tomorrow. Don't today, but I mean, it's having a great comeback. Held that 200-day moving average. You can just sort of see that green line right there. Held it, had a 2-day pullback, and it might be on its way again. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. And I'll keep the room open until 3:30. Oh, could have got rid of that. So, okay, I'm going to mute myself right now. All right, guys, I'm going to shut down now. I put the Zoom link in. Okay, so it's not on YouTube. I put the Zoom link in. Michael will be there. Michael. Oh man, Chris will be there in about a minute. Okay, 3:30. He'll go at least till 4. Well, he'll go to 4:30 if he has enough questions. Otherwise, he may cut it off a little earlier. But he is there now, so I just put that Zoom link in. So I'm going to shut the room down now.